on July 4th weekend, the birthday of the amazing country that we live in. It's time to pay our respects. For those of you here in the paddock, please rise and remove your caps for the playing of the Canadian and the American national anthem. Alex, I tell you what, I got three things to say. God bless America. God bless our troops and drivers. Start your engines. It's time to go racing in 2025 for the CKNA Summer Nationals from the beautiful Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. We thank you guys for joining us here on Main Event live streams. It's an exciting one. We're ready for it here, Alex, and we're ready to bring you guys all the live coverage.
I'm fired up. That was cool. That was great.
I'm ready to run through a wall, man. I tell you what, I'm ready to run through a wall. I'm ready to see some good racing here. 206, you know, you've spent a lot of time racing here at CKNA in times past. I've raced here. The Summer Nationals, I did it last year, and I'm excited to see it come here to a track that we're so fond of, that, you know, we love seeing racing here, and this is honestly suited the 206 package, I think, better than anything else. It's awesome to see this racing come here to Batavia, Ohio.
It's got everything you'd want on a racetrack, especially for the brake side of things, right? I mean, you got long straights, you got the tight corners, you have some brake zones, but you have that long run to the line. And I got to say, Caleb, it's been the story of the weekend. It'll be the story of the day. What position do you want to be in on the last lap? How do you set it up? It'll all come down to that final lap. 206 juniors hitting the racetrack for the last time this weekend. And on the front row, it's the likes of Carter Barkas and Brady Shad.
On row number 2, Hudson Erlin and Derek Wargo try to take the fight to two drivers that have been fast all weekend long. AJ Stoner and Sam Tutwiler round up your third row.
Behind them, Leighton Mole and Holden Harder. You go back to row number 5, Nathan Dupuis and Will Wilkie.
You go to Sawyer Chambers. Last year finished second in the Sportsman category, looking to go one spot better here in the junior class. He's slated to start 11th. Adam Saldana alongside him on row number 6. You go back to Anthony Lewis and Randy Harvey on row number 7.
Row number 8 consists of Kellen Weiss and Lucas Randolph, Marcus Wolf and Trevor Clinton. Back to the top 20 starters, Ethan Langley, Isaiah Maxey.
You go back to your next 10 rows. Eva Blem, Shane Smith, Cooper Mullen, Jack Fieber, Christopher Yaltzi, and Jackson Carvenho on row number 13.
Back to row 14, Seth Tozer, Peter Harkin, William Richard, Ryan Curl. Your top 30 starters back to Tyler Hansen and Zafrina Frederick.
You go to Beckham Lewis and Jacob Scheibele, George Mon, Evan Frey back there at 35th and 36th, Carson Benjamin and Isaac Payne on row number 19. Tegan Schneider and Matthew Holland on row number 20, your top 40 starters.
You got a couple more drivers to mention here. Jake Boris, Eli Furnish, Sydney Miller, Tyler Nash Turner, and Ryder Nesbitt, the 45 206 juniors that make up this stacked field here to roll off for the first main event of the day. 15 laps of distance here. Jason Burgess, the All-American flag suit. Yellow flag up, pointed, getting ready to wave the green if he likes to start. Remember, Caleb, the first time that all 45 have seen the track at the same time.
We started in Charlotte for the Spring Nationals. We come here to the Summer Nationals, and we look forward to October for the Grand Nationals. They're going to have to wait one more time around. This is the second stop on the national circuit here this year. And again, we wait for it all. One more go-around for these drivers.
It's a lot tougher to stay organized when you got 22 more drivers on the field, on the grid at the same exact time. A couple of them were on the gas a little bit too early. A couple of them I saw out of the tram lines, and this is kind of a mulligan that you get, right? If you're out of the tram lines, usually Jason Burgess, if he sees more than one outside of them, it doesn't like how the start's going, he'll give you guys one more chance at it. But if he waves the yellow again this time around, he reserves the right to move the front row back to the third row.
And here we go. We'll look for it all. The nerves are definitely flowing high here. Jason Burgess wasn't happy with it. And again, he's going to give Barkus and Shad one more try here to try and get this started. The first time we've seen all 43 drivers taking the green flag here, Alex. And again, to beat 40 of the best drivers in 206 action across the nation, you mark these 3 races on your calendar to try to get to the Spring Nationals in Charlotte. Now with the Summer Nationals here in Cincinnati this year. And again, the marquee event at the end of the year over at the Grand Nationals. This is the second stop on the national circuit. They get the green flag. We're racing in junior. That's a good start for Carter Barkus. Gets himself up into the first spot. Side-by-side action throughout this field. A couple of drivers going 3 wide almost, but so far so good for Brady Shad, who takes the lead of the race.
We're 2x2 all the way to row number 4, it seems like, into turn number 4. Now we're finally single file into turn number 6. Carter Barkus wants the inside there, couldn't make it circuit. AJ Stoner around the outside, and Brady Shad and Barkus have collided.
Brady Shad out of this race. 2 drivers who started on the front row. Shad shuffled all the way down the order, but now Derek Wargo, the Drive Your Line Comcart, up at the front of this race.
This race has been blown wide open. The 2 quickest drivers all weekend in junior are shuffled back to outside the top 10. How about it for Nate Dogg, the driver that was involved in an incident in heat number 2, finished last, started 9th in this one, up to 3rd on lap number 1.
The driver in the Kubica kart as well, the 214 of Hudson Jack Erlin, finds himself in 2nd. Going to fall under pressure here. Holden Harder finished 3rd last year. He's getting himself up to 4th. Looking to become a factor here on lap number 2. Holden Harder up to 4th.
And in lap number 1, we have 2 groups of 3. Wargo, Erlin, Dupuis, the lead group. That second group headed by Holden Harder. Change for the lead. Hudson, Erlin to the point. Nate Dogg to 2nd.
Nathan Dupuis, you talk about the day he had yesterday, Alex. Heat race number 2 was stuck on top of a front bumper of what I believe could have been Erlin's in that one as well. Not sure. It was one of the Burrells, that's for sure. But now for Nathan Dupuis to get himself up to 2nd in that low-key racing Sodi machine is definitely a good showing for Nate Dogg, who's been super busy all year long on the national circuit, and he's made moves like this here at this place before. Into the horseshoe we go. Nathan Dupuis on the inside. He's through. Derek Wargo now looking to get up to 2nd with Erlin stuck on the outside.
Wargo to P2, Holden Harder on the outside there. He might get stuck on the outside because Leighton Mole's going to go to the inside. Behind him, Sam Tutwiler, a likewise go-kart. Burrell, but Tutwiler chooses the inside. He's going to push Holden Harder through. Harder remains in 4th. Tutwiler to 5th. There's AJ Stoner. He lost a couple spots to open up the race, but he's back in the mix. Behind him, you look at Will Wilkie on the Roger Racing Development Machine up to P8, Anthony Lewis, and then back to Sawyer Chambers there in 10th.
AJ Stoner was able to steal a heat race yesterday. And again, his younger brother Elam was looking to take notes from the fence line there in one of his heat races as well. But here we go. Harder looking 3rd on Hudson Jack Erlin. They're side by side on the exit of the S's, and you see the two of them trying to negotiate. Harder was pointing to him emphatically. I think both of them under Mark Steele's tutelage here this weekend. They're 3rd on back. So 2 chassis from the Burrell family looking to trade spots, but Hudson Erlin wasn't going to waste any time. He's going to stay in 3rd. With Sam Tutwiler there in 4th, so in 5th, sorry. It's time for these 4 Burrells. They got to work together. They got to get up to Nathan Dupuis, who's lead this race, over Derek Wargo.
Yeah, that's been the name of the game, though, this weekend. We've seen a lot of drivers be able to hold the outside, and so if you're Hudson Erlin, you have to kind of expect that. And I know it might be your teammate. You might want him to give way, but you're racing for the same piece of real estate. You're racing for the same thing. You both want to win, and so if you're Jack Erlin, you don't really want to let Holden Harder through. That being said, Tutwiler is behind them, and then you have another Burrell, Leighton Mole. AJ Stoner there back in 7th, Milwaukee. No shuffling for position. Yes, there is. Stoner through on turn number 4. Uses some side pod to get through as well.
Yeah, that's I think that's really what AJ Stoner needed to do, right? You have 4 teammates that are going to push each other forward. They're not going to make moves. How about a younger driver, Sawyer Chambers? We saw him finish 2nd in Sportsman last year. He's now looking to make a move there further back for the 9th spot on Lewis. Another one of the low-key Sodi machines further back in the field. That's down in 9th. But here we go. Stoner had to split him up. He got it done. Sam Tutwiler's next on the chopping block for him. But here we go. Hudson Jack Erlin starting to make headway, starting to close that gap down to a car length.
Yeah, the second group's quicker at the moment here. We're only 4 laps into a 15-lap main event. We're seeing the play nice sign from Jason Burgess. I love it. We're getting the black and white flag for the entire field. Just letting them know. Listen, guys, first race of the day. Let's have fun here. Let's play nice. Let's keep it nice and clean. You don't want to get a penalty to ruin your Sunday morning. But further back, we got a lot of heavy racing action. 3 wide all the way back there, I believe, in the mid-20s, early 30th positions. That being said, change for the lead. The number 2, Derek Wargo through. Erlin, Holden Harder all the way through. Nathan Dupuis from 1st to 4th. He looks back. He's going to see Sam Tutwiler as well back in the mix.
Yeah, and I think Derek Wargo was starting to feel the pressure from behind from Hudson Jack Erlin, who arrived on the scene. And when you have forward momentum like that, Alex, and you're going through the race, you can't really stop that forward momentum. You need to keep going. You need to keep making moves. So Derek Wargo knows that. He's been in the seat long enough to know that there's a driver behind who just caught up to me. He's going to want to go. He's going to want to get to 2nd because his momentum's going forward, and there's no reason to stop it or to plateau it. And that forced Derek Wargo to make the move on Nathan Dupuis. That moved Dupuis back to 4th. And here we go with a new leader, with a new driver at the helm in Derek Wargo. Sam Tutwiler in 2nd, and Holden Harder, who's in 3rd, now going to push a teammate through. Hudson Jack Erlin on the inside. Holden Harder goes to 2nd, and now we're side by side for 3rd. Nathan Dupuis, Derek Wargo into turn number 2.
Late launch from Dupuis. He'll open his hands, make it work. And I got to say, if the heat races yesterday are anything to go off of, if you're Sawyer Chambers, you're in a great spot. You're leading that next group with Will Wilkie, Anthony Lewis, and the likes of Randy Harvey, and they're only about 2 seconds back from this group, but this racing action is going to help. Erlin and Harder now lead over Dupuis for this next group. This pass is going to help as well. AJ Stoner on the curb. Couldn't make it stick. Sam Tutwiler is going to try to help him out, but Derek Wargo, you see emphatically pointing with the neon yellow gloves, saying, listen, this is all fun, but if we're going to keep doing this, the best we can do is 4th. We got to get back into the lead group. No reason to fight this hard this early. Wargo again tapping the helmet, saying, let's stop battling so much, but AJ Stoner trying to make amends for the rough start he had to open up this race. He feels quick on that 14 machine. We know he has a heat race to his name yesterday afternoon, and so he wants to kind of repeat that later on in this race with 9 to go. But I mentioned that second group. They're closing, Caleb. It was 2 seconds. There is Sawyer Chambers. Let's see what the gap is this time around. It was 2.7. It's about 1.7 now to Sam Tutwiler.
Yeah, that gap is starting to close down here. Everybody looking to work together. AJ Stoner, again, he's had to make moves. He's had to make headway, starting just a little bit ways back on his Coyote machine now. I mean, again, just they have to work together, right? I mean, we've seen this time and time again. How many times, Alex, right? Where you have drivers, working together, but one of them wants to be in front, one of them wants to lead. This is time to be patient, right? It's the time to kind of bite your tongue a little bit, and you got to bear with it, because at some point, the leaders are going to fight. They're going to fight for the race win, and you're going to be there in the end. You just got to put yourself in the best position possible.
Oh, that's not what you want if you're Derek Wargo. He seems frustrated. Maybe there's some help in that one, but I think a lot of that might have just had to do with missed kart placement there. But for Derek Wargo, at least he's now from the front to the back of this trio. It's not going to cost him too much, but AJ Stoner kind of got what he wanted there. But now Sam Tutwiler leads this next trio, shaking his head, at least nodding his head, saying, yes, let's keep working together, because Sawyer Chambers and Will Wilkie are on the charge. Look at this trio up front. They're doing exactly what you should be doing, working together. Erlin, Harder, Dupuis. We saw Holden Harder last year finish third at the Summer Nationals. The two drivers that beat him moved up to Senior Light. Can he finish 2 spots ahead this year at Summer Nationals?
Nathan Dupuis, I mean, that was a name that was heard a whole lot last year, right? He was up at the front racing at the Summer Nationals and then got shuffled through the field way down where he wasn't even a factor at the end of it. And Isaac Malquid just completely ran away with this junior race. Ike now racing in Senior Light, and these kids looking to take the 2025 Summer Nationals Championship here. And again, 2 groups. You have 3 of them that are up in the front with a good, comfortable gap that sits at about 1.5 seconds. And Tutwiler and company, AJ Stoner, Derek Wargo, who's at the lead of this race for a bit, got shuffled down, now sits in 6th with a whole lot of work to do to close down the gap. But how much would it mean, right, for the 57 Steel Motorsports machine finishing 3rd last year? What would the turnaround look like for him now 2nd in line to come away with the Summer Nationals victory?
Another black and white flag being shown to one driver, as well as the halfway to go sticks. So we have 8 laps to go here, 7 laps to go in this main event. The trio that leads are still the same that have led for the last 3 laps. This next group, let's look at the lap times. How much quicker were they? They actually are matching the pace. So right now, if you're Sam Tutwiler, equivalent to the pace that Hudson Erlin's running, the problem is you're 1.5 seconds back. That being said, there's not time to panic yet, Caleb. 7 laps to go. You know the lead trio is going to fight at some point. Whether it's 2 to go, 1 to go, you're going to have a chance in this race. Let's take a quick look back at where Brady Shad fell. We know him and Barkas got into it on the opening lap there. He's back in 16th. He's actually purple, a 106.6. The only problem for Brady Shad is he needs to find 7 seconds in the next 7 laps, as I think that might have been the 422 there, spun around in turn number 11.
Yeah, that incident at the start of the race definitely didn't help Brady Shad or Barkas out at all, right? 2 drivers that I think would have been right up here, if not pulling away from these 6 that are now on your screen. But now it's a time to play patient here, Alex. We talked about the stages in this race, right? We're going into the final third of the race. You're past that halfway point. What's going through your mind in this stage of the race?
Keep doing what you're doing. It's working. There's no reason to change your strategy, right? I mean, if you're Nate Dupuis, you're probably impatient, right? Because you want to lead the group. You're used to running a lot more of the 2-cycle stuff where you can control the race a little bit more from the front. But in the Briggs & Stratton 206 package, it's a little bit tougher to lead, especially on a racetrack with such a long run to the finish. And so if you're Nate Dogg, you're almost in the prime position here, because you know at some point Holden Harder is going to go for that move. We saw him do it at pit race last year, where it kind of cost them the chance of the win when they were fighting for second. You know at some point they're going to battle. There must have been a mistake up front for one of the lead trios, because a lot of dirt was just thrown up in the air. And I got to say that lead for these 3 looked to be closing. And with that mistake, I think it was from Holden Harder, because he's losing ground now to Jack Erlin. This is gonna hurt the lead 3. It's gonna help the next 3. Let's see what the gap is this time around. It was 1.6 for Sam Tutwiler and the Stealth Motorsports machine. Let's see this time around. It looks to be smaller than that, Caleb. 1.6, 1.4, 2 tenths taken out of the lead with 5 laps to go. At that pace, they will get there.
It's time to get on it, boys. Now's the time to react. Now's the time to find the pace that you need to get up here to the top 3. Put yourself in the fight. Put yourself in the mix. And again, Sam Tutwiler is doing just that. Again, you look back at last year at the Grand National Championship in 2024 when we went to Newcastle Motorsports Park. That win went over to the way for Cade Yeager, it looks like, in the junior final. And now, I mean, somebody else picking up, right? All those seniors are now seniors, right? They're now into that senior class. So now it's time for new drivers to step up, new drivers to get into the spotlight. And Holden Harder was one of the names that we saw in there. Hudson Jack Erlin as well, a name that we were talking about down in Charlotte. at the start of the year, and now this weekend looking to put himself in the fight. And drivers that are getting themselves nice and dicey there. Derek Wargo now goes up to the 4th spot. He's going to lead the second group.
Derek Wargo now, he feels like he's got a better go-kart at this stage in the race to lead this trio. You can't afford to do that too often, though, but with that, the gap closes even more. 1.3 now to the lead. Another 10th taken out of the lead of that group. And here's one driver there is at the 187, I believe, off the racetrack. It looks to be in turn number 4, and that's why the yellow flags were waving. Yellow flag is no longer waving in that corner, so there is passing allowed now again in turn number 4, but I don't think the lead trio or anyone in the top 6 want to make a pass at this point in the race. You still have 3.5 laps to go. I think once the 2 sticks in the air, the gloves come off, the friendship kind of goes out the window for the next couple of laps. But for now, you want to keep doing what you're doing. You want to at least give yourself a chance to guarantee yourself a podium, because right now nothing's guaranteed. No matter what in racing, nothing's guaranteed, but especially with that next trio in line, you know that they're going to be there the moment you fight. As Erlin up the racetrack, hit the curb on the entry, and Holden Harder, whether he wanted to or not, he leads with 3 to go.
How about this kid? He was 3rd last year on the final laps of the main event when we were over in Pittsburgh. This year in Cincinnati, he's leading them away with just 3 laps to go in this race. Can Holden Harder become a Summer Nationals champion here this weekend? Can he change the result he had last year, finishing 3rd? This year, he's going to lead him to the final couple of laps as long as Hudson Jack Erlin is willing to stay in 2nd, and as long as Nathan Dupuis sits patient in 3rd.
Well, here we go. Holden Harder in a different position than he was at pit race last year. He now is the one that leads this group. Nate Dupuis done a really good job this race of being patient. I think in heat number 2, if he looks back at that one, probably could have played his cards a little bit better. He's learned his lesson from yesterday afternoon. He's played a really smart race here. And with 2.5 laps to go, they're all waiting for the 2 to go sticks to fly in the air. And at that point, it's all to play for. No one's defending at the moment. The gap back to Wargo is now down to 1.2. So every single lap, that drive your line comp kart machine has been, taking a 10th out of the lead. I still don't think it's going to matter too much, because once you start defending for the lead, that next group will get there. It's just how do you play your cards in that situation. Here we go. The eyes are looking at Jason Burgess. They're going to see the 2 sticks in the air. 2 laps to go. What do you do if you're Erlin? What do you do if you're Nate Dupuis? Do you pass now, or do you wait till the last lap? We're going to find out momentarily.
Dupuis didn't have a good exit out of the last sector. He lacked a little bit on the front straight, and now you see that gap at about a car length. But up front, Holden Harder, Hudson Jack Erlin, they're fighting for the lead of this race, for the race win, for the Summer Nationals Championship here this weekend. 2 drivers, both on the Burrell family, both under Steel Motorsports here this weekend. But for Holden Harder, still leads. They might have some more company as well as soon as they start to fight. Derek Wargo, Sam Tutwiler, and as well for AJ Stoner, all starting to close in on your top 3.
But this is where you start to think. Where do you want to be on the last lap if you're Nate Dupuis or Erlin? Do you like being in 2nd? Do you want to be 3rd? Do you want to lead? Do you feel like you're comfortable enough to hold on to that lead? Well, Harder, a big mistake at a 12. Nate Dogg, a 2 for 1 at a turn 13.
How about that for Nathan Dupuis? Set that up perfectly as soon as Erlin went a little too wide and surprised Holden Harder. He was 3rd on the last lap last year. He's now 2nd. The first one up to try and take it away from Nathan Dupuis. Here comes Derek Wargo and company. Erlin to the outside. Nathan Dupuis goes low. Here it's now time to get to go racing here. Derek Wargo, Tutwiler, AJ Stone, all in the frame.
Down to turn number 4. Dupuis to the bottom of the racetrack. The rest of the field goes high side. Look at Erlin, way around the outside, couldn't make it work. Wargo up to 3rd. Here comes AJ Stoner in the mix as well. Holden Harder, he needs to set up Nathan Dupuis here through 6 and 7. Looking for the crossover, can't make it work. It's going to come down to that back straightaway.
It's going to be close on that straightaway, that front straightaway as well. We've seen a lot of drag races all the way to the line. Do you pass here? Do you wait? Derek Wargo looking to surprise Harder. He's into the grass. Holden Harder is out of contention here in the grass, through the dirt. He falls to the wayside. Nathan Dupuis now in 2nd. AJ Stoner trying on the high side. Derek Wargo, the driver who sits in 2nd with Erlin sitting 3rd. Who goes? Wargo's going to wait for one more lap. Nathan Dupuis is going to lead them onto the front straight. Derek Wargo, I'm not sure if he has enough of a run. I'm not sure if he has enough of a push. That gap's at a car length and closing side by side for 2nd. But Nathan Dupuis wins in junior.
Brady Shatt, you see the celebrations across the line there. What a comeback drive for the PPK Coyote, the 65 machine. He fell back to 20th finished in P6. He was at 1 point, Caleb, when I mentioned his name, 7.9 off the lead. It finished at 3.1. He set the best lap of the race by 0.3 of a second, a 106.2. It's a what could have been for Brady Shad, but rightfully so celebrations across the line with a great comeback drive for that young superstar who got his maiden win on the national scene last weekend at Road America. But for Nathan Dupuis, what a comeback, what a turnaround from yesterday. A DNF in heat number 2, a win here at the main event when it matters most.
Yeah, what a race. What an end to it. 8 spots gained for Nathan Dupuis, a DNF in heat race number 2, to bounce back and come away with the win at the end of it. How about Nate Dogg, the Canadian, victorious in Cincinnati? A good result at the end for Derek Wargo to get himself back up to second. Erlin third, Tutwiler to Stoner to Shad, and heartbreak for the 57 here, unfortunately. A name I think that we're going to be used to saying a whole lot when we get to the Grand Nationals in October, Alex, but it's coming for the 57, that's for sure. Rounding up your top 7, Randy Harvey and Sawyer Chambers, the rookie, getting himself up to 9th with Anthony Lewis. Rounding up your top 10, Christopher Yauzi, a good recovery for him to finish 11th with Shane Smith and Will Wilkie, 12th and 13th respectively. Jack Fever and Adam Saldana, your top 10. And again, we had some good bounce back results. You saw the likes of Brady Shad getting himself up there to 6th and more. You go all the way down here, your top 30, rounding up with Sydney Miller on the MGM chassis, the number 18, finishing further down. Tegan Schneider as well, the Steel Motorsports machine on the 09. 20 spots gained in this race. And then you saw the number 10, who started on the pole position here today, unfortunately finishing this one out in 19th. With a couple of more 45 drivers total, not all of them able to make it to the checkered flag. But that's it for our first main event here, Alex. What a way to start the day. What a way to kick off the Cup Karts North America Summer Nationals here in Batavia, Ohio at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. You're watching it all live here on Kart Chaser. A quick commercial break from our side. We'll be right back with more.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Here we go. It's time to go racing in Cadet. Spencer Height and Elam Stoner share row number 1. Ruben Greer and Miles Brownfield on row number 2.
Back to row 3, you got Jackson Reynolds and Wyatt Huntsbarger, Jackson Brewster, Caden Taruno, Jamison Horda, and Drew Schneider.
You go back to Ava Hamill, Kellen Murphy, Joseph Panico, Hunter McBride on row number 7, Jackson Jorda, Kyler Hendrickson on row number 8. Go down to your last and final row on row number 9 with Sarah Michalski and Joshua Polchaplek. I'm not going to try that again. Polchlopek. There you go. Much better. Apologies there with a 143 and his family turning 18. We'll look for him to work his way through the field here in this one.
How about that inside row? Both of them, 2024 Summit House champs, one in Kid Kart and one in the cadet class. We're going to go back-to-back in Ruben Greer. Spencer Height won last year at the pit race on the Kid Kart side of things. But it's a Nitro Kart 1 and 3. And again, you see Elam Stoner letting Spencer Height know, listen, we're going a little bit too quick out of the final corner here. We want to go green on the first time of asking. Let's see, Jason Burgess wants to give him the flag the first time. Let's see if they get it. They're looking good inside the tram line. Speed looks solid. Jason Burgess ready, waiting, and yellow's out. He wanted to wave the green, but the driver's got a little bit too antsy there. We'll have to go around one more time of asking.
Not only that, for a driver who won the Summer Nationals last year, a driver who won the Grand Nationals as well in Kid Kart, Spencer Height. Again, a driver who's been fast here this year in the cadet ranks. And again, you talk about it, right? To move up your first year of cadet racing, being as fast as he is, he's definitely put this class on notice. Ruben Greer as well, right? Trying to go back last year in the cadet category. It was Jaden Francisco, who, you know, we've seen be very busy, really, I would say, you know, across North America, racing over in Canada, out there and racing here with us here in the U.S., watching some fellow Nitro Kart teammates out there on the racetrack, like Spencer Height, like Ruben Greer, and like more. All those drivers on the inside line, actually on Nitro Kart chassis. So a huge contingency for them. Aiden Levy out here with them this weekend as well, getting all those young drivers up to speed, keeping them up at the front as well, Alex. But that being said, we give it one more go for Spencer Height, Kid Kart champion, and his to end off his Kid Kart career, Grand Summer Nationals champion as well last year at Pit Race, but this weekend in Cincinnati, his first time in cadet, looking to get one over. Elam Stoner, unfortunate here for one driver. It looks like that's the 66, I think.
I want to say that's Hunter McBride,
yeah.
The 611. So yellow's out again. We'll have to go around one more time. This doesn't count as one of the laps that the front row gets. So again, they're going to get another try at it as a front row before they can swap them.
Unfortunate there for the 611. Not going to be joining us here for this race, unfortunately, there for Hunter McBride. But here we go. Like you said, doesn't count for Spencer Height, doesn't count as well for the front row, for the first two rows. So we'll give it one more go here for Elam Stoner with McBride, unfortunately, not able to take part here. Slated to start 14th. That's going to move the entire outside line up a spot, so that would promote Tyler Hendrickson up to 14th it would be, and as well for Joshua Polchlopek up to 16th. So here we go into the cut through. Again here, Spencer Height, Elam Stoner gonna lead us away Just got to keep it nice and slow for Jason Burgess' liking.
All right, here we go. Third time of asking, second time that we actually get a chance to get the start. Again, you see Elam Stoner letting Spencer Height know, let's slow it down. I want to go green. I want to go racing here. I think we're going to get it this time around. Jason Burgess likes it. Green flag in the air into turn number 1. Single file out of turn number 2 here for our cadets. And again, a nice clean start, but Elam Stoner, the one that lost out on a couple of spots there on the outside of road number 1, he falls back to 5th. Further back, there's the 463, Jackson Brewster. I think he's also down a couple of spots as well. Wyatt Huntsbarger up 1, but Spencer Height leads, teammate Ruben Greer behind him, and there's a 26 of Miles Brownfield, the spot up to 3rd now.
Already making a couple of moves, but Spencer Height still up at the front, and right behind him, Ruben Greer in the 2nd spot, the 26 of Brownfield. Talked a lot about him having a heat race victory in heat race number 1. The second one didn't go exactly the way he would have wanted, but what a way to cut through the field from the start of this one. That's a good drive up for Brownfield. Couple of moves further back. Huntsbarger falling under pressure. Brewster looking on the inside. He's clear.
Good move there for Jackson Brewster, tapping the helmet as well, saying let's work together. Moving forward here. 14 laps to go. This is a long race for these 206 cadets, and Jackson Brewster there, you see tapping the helmet saying, I don't know what we're doing. I passed you, I want you to work with me, but Wyatt Huntsbarger on the Magic Machine wants to go forward as well. He couldn't make it work further back. What a late move for Drew Schneider on Caden Taruno, almost locking up the brakes into turn number 2. Making that move stick though, he's up another spot up to P8. Up front, the lead trio, just like what we saw in junior, where it was a 3x3 race. The only issue is a big mistake out of Ruben Greer there, bogged the go-kart down. It forced Brownfield to get on the brakes. And now here comes the rest of the duos behind. There's Reynolds. There's Elam Stoner. It's a 5-car breakaway out front now.
5 drivers able to get away for now. Ruben Greer has been content to push rookie teammate and Spencer Height further up the order. Now joining the party, you have Reynolds, Stoner, getting a whole lot closer than what they were before. What does Greer do? Not going to pass yet. I really think as soon as Brownfield feels that pressure from behind, he's probably gonna have his hand forced a little bit when they get back up to the rear bumper of Ruben Greer.
Let's see, what a run here for Jackson Reynolds down the front straightaway. Do we see him move on the inside here of Brownfield in turn number 1? We don't. We might see him move further back. Here's Huntsbarger inside and clear on Jackson Brewster up front. No change for the position of the top 5, but Huntsbarger back to where he started at P6.
Yeah, it's a good move there by the Magic Kart Machine to get himself up another spot, regain that spot that he lost earlier on in the weekend. Spencer Height going a little bit too wide on the exit of turn number 4. And now Ruben Greer looked to pounce. Just couldn't go there in second. But again, we've seen those 2 drivers be up at the front, be leading laps, and have really been the 2 fastest drivers in the field. But again, just minimizing mistakes has really been the name of the game for the 2 of them.
Yes, the second time in 3 laps that Spencer Height's gone wide, and then turn number 4. I think Ruben Greer now says, you know what, I'm going to be the one to lead. Let's see if I can minimize some of the mistakes that we've made on the opening couple of laps. A different Nitro Kart now leads. Greer over Height, over Brownfield. And at what point does Reynolds want to get by Brownfield to see if he can make it a Nitro Kart 1, 2, 3? He's going to try here through the turn 15 kink. He's got help from behind. Elam Stoner now is pushing Jackson Reynolds, but he's going to switch drafting buddies. He's going to move Brownfield back up and Stoner up a spot. So from moving up a spot to down 2 for Jackson Reynolds.
Yeah, here comes the rest of the party. Jamison Jordan not too far behind the 42 of Taruno as well in 10th. Looking to make some headway here. Back to Schneider in 8th. He's the first driver that we're seeing in the frame with the low-key Sodi machines looking to close down. They're 9th and 10th, looking to get back up to their bumper there of what looks to be Brewster now, who's down in the 8th spot. Schneider made it up to 7th. So this is his group further back. Schneider looking to get up there with his teammates and try and help him out or get himself into the mix for a Summer Nationals victory.
Let's see, I talked about how it was a 3-car breakaway, then it became 5. Now we have about 7, 8 go-karts in the mix here. 2 karts though out front. This is a dangerous duo. The 2 Nitro Kart teammates that have been just as quick as anybody out there in the cadet class all weekend long. Leading, heading into lap number 5, Greer over Height, 2 former Summer Nats winners, and then a former Grand Nats winner as well in Spencer Height. But further back, this next group is strong. Brownfield has a win to his name. Elam Stoner has a win to his name. So ironically, the two heat race winners sitting 4th and 5th. Here's a change for the lead. Spencer Height, he wants to reclaim the lead. He feels like he has a go-kart now that can contend with the rest. He made a couple mistakes to start this race. He's cleaned it up. Back to the point. The problem is, anytime you make a pass, no matter if it's as clean as that, it brings in the rest of the group. Miles Brownfield is starting to bridge the gap now from 3rd to the lead group. And again, a big mistake out of Spencer Height going too wide. It's going to bring in Brownfield. He's back in the mix.
That's really been the trouble spot for Spencer Height. And, there's not enough momentum out of that corner for Ruben Greer to try and get him there. And that's really starting to stack up the field. You have Brownfield that's just right on their tail there, sitting there, and he had a little bobble in turn 11, so it's going to open up here a little more. But with Elam Stoner having forward momentum, with Reynolds as well, with Huntsbarger, with Schneider all starting to close in, everybody's kind of getting a whole lot closer. Here goes Schneider looking on the inside of Huntsbarger. He's clear up to 6th.
Good move there for Huntsbarger. Drew Schneider as well. You can't forget, he was the quickest driver in warm-up this morning, the quickest driver on the racetracks thus far. A 108.290 goes purple. That honor now goes to Elam Stoner, who has jumped from 5th to 4th, and on the bumper now, the top 3, he has also bridged the gap. So now a 4-car breakaway. Further back, that next group, headed by Reinholds, and then Schneider, his teammate, Huntsbarger behind. I got to give credit to Jackson Brewster. We saw him go after with Huntsbarger to open up the race. The 463 is back on the charge, and he's in the mix now because this lead 4 is getting caught up by the next 4. Look at this. Jackson Reinholds, the 24 machine, has put together a great opening sector of this racetrack. He's closed the gap now. So if you're Ruben Greer, if you're Spencer Height here, the pace is there, but it seems like whenever each of them lead, they make enough mistakes, and maybe they don't have a kart that's able to lead as well as the rest of the group to where they keep bringing the rest of the crew back. That being said, Miles Brownfield wanted to make a move on the inside of that back straightaway, couldn't make it stick. Drew Schneider can though. Schneider to 5th.
I tell you what, Schneider, bit by bit, lap by lap, he's making headway. He's making moves, timing them perfectly, and not wasting any time while doing it. Next on the list for him is going to be Stoner, the 41 Coyote machine that currently sits in the 4th spot. And Reynolds has just been methodically working his way up, making the right moves, making the right decisions, and that's really what makes or breaks a race here in Cincinnati, Alex.
Efficiency is key, right, when you're making passes in 206 racing, and he's made every single move count, and he's done it in places where you don't lose that much time. And so the 11 all-green Nitro Kart machine has been the fastest go-kart all Sunday. Like I said, top of the board in warm-up, the quickest go-kart on the racetrack right now here in this main event, and he's got 8 laps to get 4 more positions. And right now, Miles Brownfield is starting to lose ground to the leaders here, Caleb. The top 2 Nitro Kart machines have hooked bumpers for the first time all race long and seemingly not making mistakes as they were the first 6 laps of this one. So if you're a Stoner, if you're Schneider, you don't want to do that. A big mistake, and he's going to get finished off there by Jackson Reynolds. Into the dirt goes Drew Schneider.
Unfortunate there for the number 11 of Schneider to get his way to find himself into the grass. That's unfortunate there. That's going to end his race just a little bit early.
Anyways, Huntsbarger to 4th. Inside and through on Elam Stoner, or on Brewster there, so Huntsbarger to 5th. That contact, though, between Schneider and Reinholds has really separated this lead group, Caleb. Now it's a 2-car breakaway out front. There goes Brownfield. There's Elam Stoner. Last time around, fastest 2 drivers on the racetrack by 4/10 are the 2 leaders. I will say, though, for Ruben Greer and Spencer Height, Greer is starting to create a bit of separation between himself and Spencer Height. So with that, if you're Elam Stoner, if you're Miles Brownfield, you'll want to hook up bumpers now and see if you can close that gap in 7 laps like these two, Huntsbarger and Brewster. It seems like they can't get away from each other on the racetrack. From lap number 1 to lap number 8, they have made passes on each other all race long. Huntsbarger goes low from defending, and on the final corner here now, look for the run from Jackson Reinholds and Brewster.
Yeah, the 24 of Reynolds now starting to close down as well, but here we go. Crosses up in the air. There goes Reynolds looking on the inside of Brewster, able to get clear in a turn number 1 to 24 up a spot.
And now he has his sights set on Wyatt Huntsbarger. We know the pace is there for the 24 machine. The Nitro Kart looks really, really strong, but obviously the contact between himself and Drew Schneider set him back quite a ways. This is what I was talking about. Elam Stoner, Brownfield, working together. Last time around, Elam Stoner matched the pace of the leaders, a 1:08.1. 1.6 seconds the margin from the lead to this next duo. But again, look at this. Through the first sector of the racetrack, Ruben Greer is quicker than Spencer Height by quite some margin. We know Height's been struggling in turn number 4 all race long. It looks as though Spencer Height's got a taller gear, which means that Ruben Greer is going to be faster in the corners, but Spencer Height's going to be quicker on the straights, and that's perfect. That is how you want to line them up in a situation like this, where you got two carts working together. The guy in the back should have the taller gear to where he's got a longer gear, basically, and all that means is longer straightaway speed, more straightaway speed, right? So the RPMs are a little bit lower in the corners. That being said, Spencer Height thought about making a move. He bails out of it there with 6 to go, but that kind of gives me an idea of where his head's at. He doesn't really want to push for the next 6 laps. He wants to be the one to lead. So I'll be curious to see what they do here, but the lead group is pulling away. Brownfield now 2 seconds back from the lead group.
Yeah, 2 seconds back here for the 26 of Miles Brownfield, who I think if he can maintain that 2-second gap, he could probably have a chance towards the end of the race. If it gets any bigger than that, it's going to be a whole lot harder to try and close it down as soon as these two drivers decide to fight. But even then, Spencer Height looks like missed it a little bit again in turn number 4. That gap opened up to the 20. Who's out in the lead of the race, looking to go back-to-back in Cadet Summer Nationals victories. The reigning Summer Nationals champion in Greer, the number 20, finding himself within good pace, within good consistency as well. But Spencer Height really strong in this last sector, it must be said, Alex.
And again, out of turn number 14, this is where the 31's been strong. This run to the line. If I'm Spencer Height, if I know that I have the straightaway speed that I do, I'm sitting there and I'm waiting for the last lap, because then you can make this move right here to the finish. He's not going to listen, though. Across the stripe, Spencer Height takes the lead ahead of Ruben Greer. And I got to say, just something to keep in your back pocket there, Spencer Height was clocked ahead of Ruben Greer at the stripe. So again, he wouldn't know that, but we do. And knowing that, you got to plan for that. You know that you're strong enough to make the run to the line work. Otherwise, this happens. Another mistake in turn 4, side by side down towards turn number 5 and 6. The more you do this, the more that second group has a chance here, because Brownfield are now struggling to lead Elam Stoner back to the front. But again, you can only make so many mistakes before that second group makes you pay.
Yeah, again, that we've said it so far this race, right? It's been a trouble spot. We saw it again there that lap. We saw the lap previous, but I mean, for him to kind of stay on it and continue to go forward, it shows a lot about the pace, the setup, everything, the entire package being as quick as it is for Spencer Height. And here we go, this time by. Going to start lap number 12 with 11 laps completed here in Cincinnati. Looking for a change for third. Stoner looked to go for a move. Not one there, further back. Reynolds looking on the inside on Hutzbarger. Reynolds is through.
This race is not over here from Jackson Reynolds. I mean, 4.5 back. It's a lot of time to make up. But if and when these lead groups start to fight with 3.5 to go, these two will get there, and then that'll create a 4-car battle. And with that, the driver in 5th is in a decent position. It's all going to matter. It's all going to depend on what the lead two do, though. But for Spencer Height, again, I got to say, Caleb, that was the first time all race long. It seems like he's really put together a good opening sector, and now he's the one pulling away from Ruben Greer. So now let's see what the number 20 machine can do. Down the back straight, a big mistake from the 020, and now Spencer Height's got a bit of a breathing room now towards the last section of the racetrack. I'll be curious, though, Caleb, what happens here. Through turns 12, 13, and 14, does Ruben Greer get the good run now to that back straight? And again, a big mistake out of Height. It's going to bog both of them down, and for how fast these two nitro karts have been, you can't afford to make mistakes like that. And again, now, while it gave a good run to Spencer Height, it's separated the top two. And we know that, again, anytime you have separation, you're not really getting any forward progress, because two karts are faster than one. We're seeing it here. Further back, Huntsbarger back through on Reynolds, and that was a little close there, moving up the racetrack, but a clean move for the Magic Machine. And now, for the first time all race, Miles Brownfield starting to put together some personal best lap times. He was quicker by 2/10 over the lead group, and that's all because of the two mistakes we saw on the final couple of corners.
And here we go. Time is running down. We're on lap number 13. The next time around, 2 laps to go for Spencer Height, who won it last year in Kit Kart at Pit Race, and for Ruben Greer, who as well won it last year in this cadet category, looking to go back-to-back in Summer Nationals victories, both of them under the same tent, both of them on the Nitro Kart team, looking for a Summer Nationals victory. This would be the best way to prep for the Grand Nationals. Spencer Height won the 8th edition last year. Ruben Greer wasn't able to get it done, where his teammate Jaden Francisco was able to do it. But 2 sticks in the air this time now. Brownfield's going to want these two to fight as much as possible. Spencer Height goes to the high side. Ruben Greer going to follow him.
I gotta say, something to keep in our back pockets, Caleb, is note how quick Spencer Height was on that run to the line. I mentioned it earlier. He didn't get a great exit out of 13. It didn't matter. He was able to pull away from Greer on that front straightaway. But this time around, though, 2 to go. You can't afford that many mistakes if you're Spencer Height, because Ruben Greer will make you pay. We know that 20 machine has been quick on the interior section of the racetrack, but this is where Spencer Height has been dominant. Through turns 8, 9, 10, and when they climb the hill towards turn 11, he's been untouchable, it seems like.
Definitely here, Alex. Spencer Height now moves to the middle of the racetrack. Ruben Greer to the high side. Miles Brownfield, Elam Stoner starting to fight as well for third on back. So I'm not sure with the fighting that's going on for third if they're going to have enough time to get there to the leaders. But this time by, white flag going to be in the air for these two Nitro Kart machines that have fought all the way to the end. They've been the fastest so far this weekend. Both of them just unfortunate mistakes in the heat races. This time, though, in the main event, looking to get it done. Height starting to go defensive over Ruben Greer. Low side into turn number 2. Here we go into turn number 4, Alex.
If you're Ruben Greer, you got to get around him now because you saw the run to the line. Height's got so much more straightaway speed than 20 machine. You got to make it work here in turn 6 if you're Ruben Greer. Height goes low. Greer going to tuck behind him. That was his chance right there. Height opened up on the exit. Let's see it. We're side by side up the hill towards turn number 8 and 9. Greer bails out of it.
Here goes Spencer Height into turn number 11. He's getting through. Greer has a good run on the exit. So does Spencer Height, who has an even better one. Height to the bottom of the racetrack on the exit. Greer to the high side. Brownfield still in line, looking to close down his gap to the top 2. Here goes Greer. Does he dive low into 13? Not close enough. How about 14? It's going to be a drag race to the line. We've seen Spencer Height's runs have been better than anybody else's, and they seem to stay that way here. Ruben Greer, I'm not sure if he's going to have an answer. Don't count him out too early. It's not over till it's over, but he's not going to be close enough to deny Spencer Height from winning in Cadet here in Cincinnati.
Further back, here's the run of the line for the final position of the top 5. And for Jackson Reynolds there, something happened on that final lap. He goes from 5th to 8th. Brewster to 5th. Huntsbarger, Taruno, Reynolds, Schneider, and Kellen Murphy there rounds out your top 10. What a race. Spencer Height, Ruben Greer put on a show for us all race long. We saw the race-winning move halfway through this one where Spencer Height took the lead with 5 to go. Didn't look back, and you can see what it means. Fist in the air, the 31. Ecstatic to go back-to-back. He does it in Kit Kart. He does it in Cadet.
What a way to do it. First year of racing cadet categories gets it done for the 31. Miles Brownfield, the 26. Low-key Racing Sodi machine. And across the line, third, your podium ending up with Elam Stoner and Jackson Brewster, finishing 4th and 5th. Wyatt Huntsbarger down in 6th with Caden Taruno. A good recovery for him up to 7th. Jackson Reynolds, unfortunately, 8th. Drew Schneider as well, a driver who was working his way through the field. Just ended in the last couple of corners. Kellen Murphy rounds up your top 10. Coming up next, it's the first of your senior classes. Senior Heavy gets set to take the racetrack. Time to go racing here in senior heavy. Let's run you down your starting lineup.
As the heavy go-karts head out onto the racetrack, we'll run you through your starting lineup here in a moment, but a lot of notables here to talk about in this senior heavy class, and we'll get to it in a moment. But on that front row, McKeithen, Owen Lloyd. What a front row we have. Behind them, Adriano Iannuzzi and Mark Steele.
You go back to AJ Roderick and Randall Potter on row number 3, Eli Fox and Hunter Bolton on row number 4. Tyler Dolak and Owen Meal, your top 5 rows, your top 10 starters.
Back to row number 6, Nicholas Kiefer, Bryce Frank, Matt Lyda, Cody Savaboda. Row number 7, back to Christopher Mitchell and Riley Stasny.
Brady Atwood and Clay Settles on row number 9 with Dalton Watson and Michael Robbins on row number 10. Nick Zobiak and Kalen Brown on row number 11. And Adam Dargis, Katie McDaniel. Your 24 starters, your 12 rows that are getting set to take the green flag here in Cincinnati. It's time to go racing for Christopher McKeithen on his first main event start in senior heavy action. For Owen Lloyd, who's been commanding in this heavy class so far this year, the reigning Summer Nationals champion.
That outside row, 2 of the 3 drivers in the top 3 from last year's Summer Nats at Pit Race with Owen Lloyd and Mark Steele. Let's see, do we get the green first time around? Burgess doesn't like it. They were on the gas quite early there, Caleb. We'll have to go around one more time for McKeithen and Owen Lloyd.
One more time around. Again, we talked about Iannuzzi and the drives that he's had so far this year. Mark Steele, again, looking for that heavy race win. He was close last year, a drag race all the way to the line. Luckily, this track, I think, suits it a lot more, Alex. Here in Cincinnati, a longer run of the straight to set something up.
And Owen Lloyd knows it, too, and all these drivers know it, right? I mean, I guarantee if that situation occurs again, where Owen Lloyd is leading, he might, all of a sudden try to pull off just a hair and see if he can slot in P2 for the last lap. It seems like that is where you want to be, unless you're Spencer Height and you have the gear ratio to pull it off and you can, make the run to the line work from the lead. But oftentimes the driver in P2, Caleb, with how long that run is to the line, tends to be better off. Obviously the driver in third as well, usually in a pretty good position, and it usually comes down to that guy in third to push the driver in second through. But this time around, a lot slower than what we saw the first time of asking.
You have a Grand National champion on the inside. You have a Grand National champion on the outside and another Grand National champion right behind Owen Lloyd. It's PPK Coyote on the inside. It's South Georgia Karting MGM on the outside. Green flag in the air. We're racing in heavy.
Well, lots of contact further in the mid-pack there. Let's see, Owen Lloyd, McKeithen, Iannuzzi up front. We've lost a couple of drivers. Where's Mark Steele? Mark Steele was one of the drivers involved. He's in the mid-pack now, stuck 3 wide in turn number 4.
Oh, not the best start for Mark Steele, who's looking to get one here today. He's going to have a lot of work to do to get himself back up to the front. He's right around Brady Atwood. Clay Settles, who gets a bumper from behind, gets moved sideways. But now he's further up. Eli Fox, Hunter Bolton, Bryce Frank, all with a good start to get up just in that second group, it looks like. Everybody else able to work their way through, but Christopher McKeithen leads from Owen Lloyd and Adriano Iannuzzi.
And Mark Steele off the racetrack, walking away in frustration. Oh man, half a lap is all he was able to muster here in this main event.
Yeah, and I don't think he's happy with somebody after that start. Unfortunate for Mark Steele, not racing Masters this weekend, only in the heavy class. Just unfortunate. To say the least there for Mark. Up front, McKeithen leading on that PPK Coyote over Owen Lloyd, South Georgia Karting Machine. And you go back to the Kenner Brown Racing kart that's just right behind there with Adriano Iannuzzi. Again, good breakout weekend for Iannuzzi. Been up at the front all weekend long. And for Eli Fox as well, joked around with him a little bit last night, Alex, saying, you know what, I remembered how to drive a 206 here this weekend. I'm fast, I feel good. He did get driven over the top of, unfortunately, in that medium race. A little bit of an injury to the hand, but doing quite well here to start this one off.
Hey, nothing adrenaline can't fix, huh? Running up in the top 5, maybe make it third. Look at Eli Fox, a great run up the hill, tapping the helmet, saying, work with me. My MGM is quick right now, up to P3. Further back, there's Hunter Bolton up into 5th. Bryce Frank down there in 6th position now. Behind him, Savaboda and a couple others slotting back in line as well. But for Bryce Frank, he told me yesterday, the go-kart's quick. I'm just struggling in turn 11. If he fixes that, he feels like he's got the pace to go up to the front.
It's one of the hardest corners, right, to get around, to kind of get used to as well. And that's been a struggle spot for not only him, but for a lot of drivers. Here goes Atwood looking for a move on it. Looked like Mitchell able to get through. AJ Roderick, who we saw have issues yesterday, he was able to get through on one of the Coyote machines there as well.
Let's see it. We're 2 by 3 now. Eli Fox is trying to make the jump now to that lead group to make it a 5-car battle. And we know that Owen Lloyd, he knows what it takes to win around this place, or around a 206 racetrack. McKeithen does as well, but 2 different driving styles up front. McKeithen, we know, tends to get his elbows out. He wants to lead at all times. Owen Lloyd's usually content with being second up until the end of the race. So this is probably a really good pairing for those two. So Eli Fox knows that. He knows what it takes to win. And all of a sudden, he's brought Yanuzzi back into play, Hunter Bolton as well. That next group is starting to fall off the pace here a little bit. So that's headed by Bryce Frank. He leads that next train of about 10 go-karts, so 6th back to 16th.
Yeah, it's a long race. Nicholas Kiefer, but the reason they're not really closing down the gap here, Alex, is just there's so much fighting right behind Bryce Frank in that 5th spot. The fastest lap of the race actually belongs to Nicholas Kiefer on the Mach 1 karting machine. And you see him tucking down low on that straightaway, looking to get as aerodynamic as possible. It looks like the rolled up black flag to Mitchell on his Tony Kart machine. But that second group is really quick here. They just need to work together. They need to push each other forward if they want to get themselves into the mix. Unfortunately for Hunter Bolton, looks like he's getting left a little bit. About 2 car lengths in between him. Side by side, Roderick, Brady Atwood.
Further back, you go back to 17th to see Randall Potter. So I think he might have been the driver involved with Mark Steele at one point because he started this race P6. So again, we've lost a couple of drivers further back that are having to work their way forward. Nonetheless, this 5-kart train has turned into kind of a 4-kart train here. We're starting to lose the back of that train with Hunter Bolton now head down. This helps. Owen Lloyd knows that Eli Fox is on the charge. He wants to lead this race. McKeith is going to take it right back. Like I said, he likes to get elbows out. Owen Lloyd, not so much. But this, the more you fight, the more you bring in more go-karts. Hunter Bolton says, thank you very much. I'll rejoin the train.
And as well for Nicholas Kiefer on that Mach 1 machine. This is best case scenario. Side by side on the front straight. McKeithen stuck on the outside. Slots in a line in 3rd. Eli Fox able to go through as well. What does McKeithen do? Back on the inside, turn 2. Christopher McKeithen gets through. Here comes Yanuzzi as well. Side by side with Eli Fox, who holds on a 3rd.
This is not the class you want to do this in. Heat number 2, we saw some great racing action for P2. They let Owen Lloyd get a 2nd out front, and he pulled away to win by over 3. You don't want to let the MGM South Georgia karting machine out front for too long. And, you know, McKeithen knows that. Eli Fox knows that. But Eli Fox is also teammate, in a way, MGM teammate to Owen Lloyd there. So he knows what Owen Lloyd can do. So I think if you're Eli Fox, you kind of want to put a go-kart now in between yourself and McKeithen. So don't be surprised to see a move here on the back straight again. We know Eli Fox gets great runs out of turn number 11. Do we see a dive into 12? We don't.
Zavaboda looked like he was going to make a move on that back straightaway. The 05 looking to go on the horseshoe. But again, in this race, right, you're getting close. You're not even at the halfway point yet. It's time to settle down a little bit as we're going side by side here further back. There's one of the Steel Motorsports machines of Mao, who was making a move on what looked to be back on Zavaboda. It could have been on Bryce Frank. Zavaboda actually right behind Nicholas Kiefer in the 6th spot. And again, they have so much pace. Kiefer's been really quick. Just again, doesn't have the help from behind to get up there. Side by side with Atwood and Frank. Atwood takes the inside into turn 2. He gets clear. And Eli Fox has been content to push McKeithen. They close their gap down to Owen Lloyd to a car length.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Bryce Frank. He's just continuing to fall down the order. I don't think he's either turn 11 still a trouble point or too gripped up. Whatever the case is, he's starting to fall down the order. For Nicholas Kiefer, you mentioned it right. I mean, he's got a lot of pace. Right now the lap times are a little bit off the leaders, but he's doing it all by himself. I think now with Sabota behind him, giving him a bit of a push, we could see some more go-karts join this fray. Right now, Owen Lloyd looks pretty content up front. I mentioned it, right? This is the one class where if you're McKeithen, if you're Eli Fox, you can't give any breathing room to the 119 because he's so quick by himself. And this is going to help again. Eli Fox looking for a move on turn number 14. Didn't get a great exit. And again, the more you're single file, the more no one's gaining on anybody right now.
Yeah, this is definitely, I think, a head scratcher for us. Owen Lloyd just retook the fastest lap of the race again.
By himself.
By himself, a 107.437. He went purple the lap prior. He went purple this lap. So this is a head scratcher for Christopher McKeithen, for Eli Fox. What do you do? What else do you need to get up there to Owen Lloyd? Because he's fast on his own. He doesn't need help. That red MGM is absolutely flying here in Cincinnati, a racetrack where we didn't expect drivers to be able to break away. That's technical here in the S's section, that has the straightaways to bring people close together. But Owen Lloyd has defied all odds halfway through this race to pull away from Christopher McKeithen and Eli Fox.
It's been one of the most impressive drives that I've seen because, again, we saw it in heat number 2. They gave him this amount of breathing room, and he pulled away by himself. At that point, to me, if you're the rest of the field, you should have learned your lesson, but they didn't. They wanted to fight for P2. McKeithen wanted to be the one to take the charge to Owen Lloyd, and now it's up to him to answer the call. Eli Fox, at this stage in the race, not quick enough to really give the push to McKeithen that he would need, and that's what's hurting McKeithen, because right now McKeithen's almost by himself. Now he's finally getting the bumper from Eli Fox. This will be, kind of the answer that we need, right? A 107.4 for Owen Lloyd, a 107.3 for Fox. The first time all race that anybody's been quicker than Owen Lloyd, and it comes on lap 8.
I think it might be ideal for them to switch. It might be ideal for Eli Fox to get himself up into the second spot and get him. We'll see how it goes.
Owen Lloyd again still leads by 2.5 to 3 kart lengths back to McKeithen and Eli Fox. But this is it. Up the hill towards turn 11. The first time where Fox has actually been close enough to give a bit of a push on that back straightaway to McKeithen. He's smart enough not to make the move. Let's see it. That gap is starting to close finally here. Down to a tenth and a half, a kart length and a half, maybe 2 kart lengths now into turn 13 and 14 around the final corner here. This is as close as McKeithen has been since lap number 2. Not enough to get a run onto turn number 1, but close enough to get that lazy toe, close enough to feel the speed that Owen Lloyd has. And again, there it is. Look how close McKeithen is. Down to a kart length now into turn number 1 and 2. Best lap of the race goes to McKeithen and Fox. They're both in the 107.2s. 107.4 for Owen Lloyd. It's starting to fall off a little bit for the MGM. McKeithen gives the point to Eli Fox, saying, we're quick enough. I'm going to go into turn 6 if I have a chance.
Could it have been too fast, too soon for Owen Lloyd? That pace was, I think, too good to be true probably in the early stages of this race for McKeithen. Now with new life, now with a chance to close down his gap. And Eli Fox as well, given the push that he needs, going faster and faster by 0.2 here. Or is it just the push? Is Owen Lloyd still there, but just McKeithen and Fox, have they just come to life here? What do we have for McKeithen? Not going to go yet. Lloyd knows that they're close. This time by into the hairpin. Black and white for somebody. The halfway mark the next time around.
Let's see. It's for nobody in this front group, that's for sure. We haven't seen any passes happen for these lead 5 in quite some time, but now with the halfway to go, sticks in the air, is this the signal that McKeithen needed to make the move, or is he going to be patient? Is he going to wait for those final couple of laps with Owen Lloyd? Because right now, we're starting to see a split up of the top 5. Yannuzzi and Roderick right now not quick enough to kind of, Hunter Bolton quick enough to kind of make up the time needed. Hunter Bolton is the one in 5th place right now. He's just not being scored at the moment, but he is the one in 5th position, but they're starting to fall off the pace of the top 3. Through turn 6 and 7 again for Yannuzzi and Bolton. They got to hope these top 3 begin the battle, because Owen Lloyd, again, another personal best, a 107.3. So the go-karts refound some life now through this middle section of the racetrack, and it's just so impressive what he's been able to do by himself, because McKeithen seemingly close enough to get the run that he needs, but Owen Lloyd, what this tells me, is probably running a lower gear and being able to roll the speed through the corner. So he'll take the slight loss in the middle of the corner for the runs on the straightaways, and that's why through the long straights like this, out of 15 down towards turn number 1 again, he's actually pulling away from McKeithen, who should be getting the runs that he needs. Down towards turn 1, another personal best for Owen Lloyd. Look at this great battle we got going on. This is further back. This is the likes of Matt Lyda, Roderick, Kiefer, Sabota going through. So all of a sudden, AJ Roderick now up into 5th. He's brought Kiefer back into the mix, and Caleb mentioned it earlier. Nicholas Kiefer has been quick all weekend long. This race hasn't had the help he needs. Now he does. You see the finger point from Kiefer saying, let's go forward a little bit. Obviously, they got to make up 7 seconds to get up to Adriano Yannuzzi, 6 seconds to get to Yannuzzi, but The pace is there for the Roderick Racing Development machine in Roderick. The pace is there for Nicholas Kiefer. And then you have a trio of MGMs, Sabota, Dolak, Brady Atwood, 8th, 9th, and 10th at the moment. This group is quite large here, from 6th all the way back to, I want to say, the likes of Owen Mull there, maybe even Bryce Frank as well, just in the tail end of that distance.
Here we go. Final couple of laps. One driver way off the racetrack. Looks like it's AJ Roderick with a missing wheel.
No, that's Randall Potter.
That's Potter. My mistake there. Huge off.
Oh man, and for a driver that rolled off on the outside of road number 3, he ends up on the outside of turn number 12 and out of this race, and a spectator for the next 4 laps. Heartbreak for the 222 machine, but out front, we're starting to get some action here. Owen Lloyd has been caught up by the PBK Coyote of Christopher McKeithen, but at this stage in the race, do you pass Owen Lloyd? Do you feel comfortable to lead? Because I think as much as we've been talking about, Caleb, the run to the line is so key. Owen Lloyd is in the same situation as Spencer Height was. His runs to the line have been so strong that they can't get the toe they need. So if you're McKeithen, I think you do have to lead going to the white flag lap, but we still have 3 laps before then.
Just a little update there on the pylon for you guys. It looks like Bolton is still sitting in 5th. It's marking Lida at the moment. So I think Bolton probably going to have to be hand scored in this race. Looks like he is still there in the 5th spot, but again, we focus up front. Lap number 13, and indeed Bolton still there in the 5th spot, marking him down the order, but he is still on the podium places. You go up front to Christopher McKeithen, right? You talk about him racing this weekend in the senior heavy class. They don't have, their I guess, usual guys racing in the Coyote heavy class here this weekend. McKeithen stepping up, racing here, and he's done a lot of promotion on this chassis, a lot of work as well, racing all over the place, racing in Florida, racing in the state of Texas, racing in North Carolina, going up to the north, to the east, wherever he's called to go and race and put this chassis up front. And the same thing for Owen Lloyd, right? Over in South Georgia, I know him and his parents have a kart shop, and they work out of there. And for him, he's really, really come to life here in the past couple of years. You talk about the Grand National victory, his first last year in that senior heavy class. And now this year, he started off the year with a bang in Charlotte, and now while you're here in Cincinnati, he's had a good weekend in this heavy class. He's been the driver to beat all weekend long. You could talk about the same for Eli Fox, right? A driver who, we've seen on the shifter side of things throughout the year, racing over on the dirt side as well. And now this weekend with a chance to open up on the schedule, racing with Jamie Bradford and helping his operation out here this weekend. He's fighting for a race win as he sits in 3rd place. 2 laps to go this time around. Owen Lloyd still leads over Christopher McKeithen, who's going to go into turn number 4 to the lead. McKeithen, Owen Lloyd looking to go right back. Eli Fox, who do you push, inside or outside? It's going to be McKeithen in a 6.
It's such a tough decision for Eli Fox because you want to help your MGM companion, but you also got to think about yourself in this situation. Owen Lloyd, a great job to rip the high side of turn number 6 to at least maintain 2nd spot there. We're 1.5 laps away from the checkered flag. McKeithen runs wide in 11. Owen Lloyd back to the point. Here goes Eli Fox, MGM 1-2.
Could it be for Eli Fox? He currently sits in 2nd. Do you go? Do you wait? He fades to the low side. Fox stays in line. McKeithen can't find a lane of pressure for the 2nd spot to go 1 spot better, to be really within the most ideal and the most optimal spot to fight for the race win. Owen Lloyd starts to pull a little bit of a gap, about a car length as we get to the main straightaway. White flag in the air. Owen Lloyd still leads this one. Closing down now. Eli Fox in a turn 2. Nothing yet out of the Bradford Racing MGM.
This will tell the story. Through turns 4 and 5, the 2 different hairpins. Look at the run that Fox has. Look at McKeithen looking for a big crossover out of turn number 4. The problem is you got 2 teammates in front of him here. Down towards turn number 6. How strong do you feel on the brakes if you're Eli Fox? How good are you on the brakes if you're McKeithen? He can't go around the outside there, and now we're single file, or are we? Side by side through 8 and 9. McKeithen giving the point to Eli Fox, saying, let me go through, and Fox obviously not going to help him out there. He's playing teammate duties right now.
Yeah, McKeithen was pointing back to Eli Fox, telling him to slow down, and they're working their way forward now into the last sector. Here they come, 4 and 5. Hunter Bolton working his way through, fighting for the last of the podium places. That battle in the back continuing to rage on, but McKeithen now sitting in 2nd. I'm not sure if he's going to have enough of a push. Was that pass in a turn 6? the decision maker. But for Owen Lloyd, as he gets onto the main straightaway, it was a great start for him in Charlotte. It's a great race in the middle of the year. Owen Lloyd wins the Summer Nationals once again.
And what a run to the line there. Iannuzzi, I think, just got ahead of Hunter Bolton, but we don't know because Bolton wasn't being scored on the last couple of laps there. That'll be close. That side-by-side for the fourth place spot there. But for Owen Lloyd, what a dominant victory. I mean, for a driver that was in a three-kart battle up front, there was almost never a doubt with the speed that he showed on the MGM. Lloyd, McKeithen, Fox, Iannuzzi at the moment clocked in fourth. Hunter Bolton is either fourth or fifth. We'll have to wait and see how they score him. Kiefer in sixth. Matt Lyda, Roderick, Atwood, Dolak, your top 10. Back to Owen Mall, Cody Sabota, Bryce Frank, Nick Sobiek from the back of the grid up to 13th. The best the TS Racing VLR has shown all weekend long. Michael Robbins, Riley Stasny on the CRG rounds out your top 15.
You go back down the order. Unfortunate ending for Mark Steele, 34. Not able to close out to where he should have been. Hunter Bolton finishing in the top 5, but transponder issue for him in that race. Scores him down the order. Should be hand scored here in this one. So that's a good, I believe, first national podium for Hunter Bolton. But that being said, what a race here in senior heavy. Owen Lloyd retains the Summer National Championship. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching Kart Chasers live coverage of the CKNA Summer Nationals.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Bob John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil. They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Let's go racing here in Legends. Todd Bolton, the man that's been all about this weekend, the 22, starts on row number 1 alongside Jeff Chalmers. Tim Schutt and Scott Monsian on row number 2.
Back to row 3, sees Dr. Todd Barron, Doug Cook alongside him. Then you go to J.D. Gunn and Drew Galloway, and round out your top 10, Chris Gorman, Todd Davis.
You go back to Michael Gollin, Dan Monsian, Larry Pike, and Eli Yanko, starting on row number 7.
Back to the final driver to make up the 15 Kart Legends field, Michael Wells, the driver involved in a couple of incidents yesterday, the one that collected Yanko and Dan Monsian as well in heat number 2. So look for the 60 machine to be up there towards the pointy end of the field. But at the front, it's been the driver they've all been chasing, the 22 machine of Todd Bolton. A commanding win in heat number 2, a win in heat number 1 as well, ahead of Tim Schutt, who starts right behind him. Let's see if he can go 3-4-3 on the weekend here in Legends. Burgess looking to wave the green. First time of asking, we get it into turn number 1.
Start for Todd Bolton to get himself up to the lead of the race here. Tim Schutt moves himself up to second.
Barron to third.
Barron a third. What a start for the doctor, getting himself up to third. That's a great one. Monsian, I think, got shuffled back a little bit. Chalmers as well. He's back and forth.
Further back, Eli Yanko to start at the tail end of the field. He's up a handful of spots now. He might be inside the top 10. We'll have to wait and see how they score him this time around. But for Tim Schutt, he's been the only driver thus far this weekend that's really taken the fight to Todd Bolton. In heat number 1, he stayed around this distance for most of the race. In heat number 2, nobody could challenge Todd Bolton. No one was within 5 seconds of Todd Bolton for that second heat race. But here in the main event, it's all to play for. 15 laps, the longest amount of laps they've done all weekend long, and Bolton looks quick already. Further back, Todd Barron has got a cavalry behind him, headed by the likes of Chalmers, J.D. Gunn, and more. Inside and through for Jeff Chalmers. He rolled off on the outside of row number 1. He's going to go back to P3. He'll be the first one to take the fight now to the top 2. There goes Barron. There's J.D. Gunn in 5th. And then further back, where's Eli Yanko being scored? He is in 10th right now. So from last to 10th, we know the 470's fast.
Yeah, the 470 starting to make some headway here. Yanko gets himself into the top 10. He's currently sitting 10th. Looking to go a couple spots better. Next up for him looks to be Cook, currently on the Roderick Racing Development number 16 car.
Down towards the right, left chicane here. There's Michael Wells. He rolled off on the back row of the grid, up to P12 now on that Comet machine. And again, I mentioned how he's just been incident riddled throughout the weekend, but this time around looking pretty clean thus far. What a dive there for Doug Cook down the inside of Scott Monsian. He'll go through to 8th.
Yeah, that's a good move there by Cook. How about a change for the lead? Tim Schutt looking to go on Todd Bolton, turn number 1. Tim Schutt to the lead of the race. Todd Bolton falls back to second. I think this could be, if I'm remembering correctly here, Alex, the first lead change in Legends all weekend long. Todd Bolton hasn't really been challenged up to this point, but he is now. Mr. Timmy Tech Comp Kart himself up to the front with Chalmers looming in the background. Todd Barron as well, finding pace here in the main event, getting himself in 4th, closing down his gap as well. I tell you what, Alex, I think we are going to have a fight on our hands here shortly.
Yeah, we have a race here in 206 Legends. Todd Bolton, making it hard for us yesterday to talk about him because he was so far out front. This time around, we actually get to talk about the 22 machine. So 3 laps in, about to start lap number 4. And again, for Tim Schutt, again, the first lead change of the entire weekend at 206 Legends. Not the first time we've had a different name at the top of the board because, again, up until Saturday morning, Friday was kind of led by Yanko and Barron. But since then, the tide has shifted. Now Schutt leads Bolton. And then you go back to Chalmers. There's Barron. Here's another move for Doug Cook. 2 drivers in 1 lap for the Roderick Racing Development Coyote machine. Up to P5. J.D. Gunn down another spot. Eli Yanko just got around Chris Gorman. He's up to 7th. So depending on how hard these 2 fight on our screen, we could have quite a large battle forming here on lap number 5.
Yeah, that battle's starting to form here as well. JD Gunn got past. Eli Yanko starting to close in on the rear bumper of the LSR Motorsports CRG machine of JD Gunn. This time we go into turn 11. The driver just ahead, he talked about Gorman on the Roderick Racing Development machine. They're further up, making moves as well. Here we go. Yanko looking on the inside of Gunn on the back straightaway. Gets back in a line. Wasn't close enough to get that move done. So here we go.
Yeah, but you know he's planning it here. Another driver that's planning a move. Todd Barron's been fast this lap. He's on the bumper almost of Jeff Chalmers, the 11 Gold Kart machine. This is as fast as we've seen him since Friday, so he's feeling pretty confident. But I will say one thing. Did you see the run he got out of turn 15? It wasn't great. He was on the bumper of Chalmers, and all of a sudden, he's now 5 kart lengths back. So either he got a really bad exit, he's having an issue, or he's got a lot of teeth in that thing, and so it's going to be really good in the corners and not good in the straights.
Yeah, unfortunately for Todd Barron, he's going to fall under fire here to Cook, who's now looking on the inside of turn 6. Able to get clear on the Gold Kart. Cook up another spot to 4th.
For a moment, Tim Schutt was starting to pull away from Todd Bolton, but Bolton's now starting to close that gap again as they climb towards turn number 12. Let's see, any moves down the inside for any of our top 7 drivers? No, but Todd Bolton now, I think, back on the offensive here. Speaking of on the offensive, Eli Yanko up another spot. Down goes JD Gunn. He's down to 7th. Eli Yanko to 6th. And with a great run out of turn number 15, he might make it a 2-for-1. You see the points forward for Todd Barron. He's starting to adjust his visor a little bit there, and maybe slightly distracted because Eli Yanko wants to poke out, make a move. Couldn't make it work, but again, you know what Eli's thinking. You got to make every single move count because the leaders are in his sights now.
And you can hear them on the limiter when they get onto the front straightaway. Todd Bolton now has, there was a little bit of a gap, about half a car length in between the two of them. He's closed that down now, and Eli Yanko now finally able to go on Dr. Todd Barron. Here are your movers and shakers. 8 spots gained for Eli Yanko so far in this race. For Wells as well on the Comet Eagle, 6 spots gained for him. And a couple of drivers who have lost some spots. You talk 1 for Bolton, 1 for Chalmers, and as well 3 spots lost for Monsian, unfortunately. That his race, unfortunately, going backwards here in this one. 6 spots lost there for Scott Monsian, that is.
This driver on our screen has been one of the most impressive thus far in the first 6 laps. The 16 Roderick Racing Development driver, Doug Cook. Purple last time by, 3/10 quicker than your leader, Tim Schutt. He's on the move. Not as much as Eli Yanko, though. He has closed that gap. There goes Doug Cook. Inside of Chalmers. Eli's going to follow him through into turn number 1, but I guess Chalmers has a tall enough gear to make it work in a 1. You can't afford to do that too often, though, because Doug Cook and Yanko, I think at this point in the race, seemingly quicker than Chalmers, and with the leaders in sight, you can't afford to fight too hard for 3rd.
I'll tell you what, that looked really close as well, going in through that corner there, Alex. Looked like Cook wanted to go, and Chalmers, again, taking the normal line that you take in a 1. Just wasn't expecting it. That run in that door, I should say, just closed shut on Cook there as he got into turn 1. But here we go for Todd Bolton. That gap looks like it opens up a little bit and it closes back down as soon as Bolton gets comfortable there on the back straightaway. But here goes Cook, finally on the back straightaway, looking on the inside of Chalmers. A push from Yanko. Gonna promote the 2 of them up a spot. Yanko's up to 4th. Cook is up to 3rd now, chasing down Todd Bolton and Tim Schutt.
This is it. 2 versus 2. Yanko was half a second quicker than the leaders last time by. Whether Todd Bolton knows it or not, he's going for the lead. Inside and clear for the 22 machine, back to the point, and all that passing is going to bring in the next 2. Doug Cook, Eli Yanko on the charge. They have 7 laps to get it done.
We saw the same thing, right? Just a race ago, Owen Lloyd was really quick in that first part of the race. That pace, wasn't the same towards the end. And you saw it from McKeith and for Eli Fox in that one as well, right? They didn't have the same pace as Owen Lloyd did. It was about 2/10, and then they got there towards the end of the race. I think, Alex, as soon as this race continues to progress, we're going to see, drivers start to get comfortable, start to come to life as well. But on the other side, are Eli Yanko and, Doug Cook just a little too fast too soon in this race, or do you think, it's different here in the 206 class?
what I've noticed throughout the weekend and really in this 206 class with the Vega red tire is, honestly, if you're quick early on, you're probably going to be quick later on as well, because this tire seemingly just doesn't drop off as much in this 206 class. If anything, it gets better. I was looking at the lap times yesterday throughout the heat races, and heat number 2 saw the best lap times we saw throughout the entire day for most classes. So I don't think tire's an issue. I don't think really tire pressure is much of an issue here this weekend thus far. And Doug Cook proved me right again. A 10th quicker than your leader, 3/10 quicker than Tim Schutt. That lap was matched by Eli Yanko. The 3rd and 4th place drivers are on the move. 6.5 laps to go. If you're Eli Yanko, you've made every move you've had to make count so far this race. But I think at this point, you're kind of in a rock and a hard place, right? You know you're quicker, I think, at this point in the race than Doug Cook. But if you pass Doug Cook and you pull away from him, you actually lose time versus pushing Doug Cook. Maybe you risk losing a 10th a lap from what you would be by yourself, but at least you have 2 versus 1. And right now, Tim Schutt struggling through the interior section of the racetrack to stick with Todd Bolton. That being said, Eli Yanko says, you know what, I think this is my chance. I'm going to try to pull us towards the lead group here. He looks quick at this stage in the race. Can he be the one to take the charge to the top 2?
I tell you what, Bolton, Schutt, they've been in the 108s here so far this race. 108.0 for Bolton the last time around, a 108.2 for Tim Schutt that last time around. We'll see what it looks like this time. Fastest lap of the race now for Tim Schutt, a 107.7. Eli Yanko, given he had to make a move, a 108 flat. So Bolton and Schutt now starting to speed up just that little bit. For Yanko, I think he's going to probably need some help for Doug Cook, but he's had good pace on his own to really start to close down Yanko. We'll see what his pace on his own looks like here this time by. But you can see it a little bit here, Alex. He's starting to come in a fray just in the distance here as soon as we focus in on these two.
Yeah, but I mean, what a time to turn up the wick a little bit for Bolton and Tim Schutt. I think part of it is that was the first lap where Tim Schutt was able to stay with Todd Bolton a little bit through the interior parts of the racetrack, and with that, you're going to pick up lap time. Todd Barron's not going to pick up lap time going that far wide in turn number 11.
Yeah, just too wide for the gold cart. The number 11 dropping a tire into the dirt. Not going to help him out. Looks back, check on where J.D. Gunn finds himself. And that's a car length. That's a good exit for Gunn. And J.D., I think, going to make it nice and easy. Going to look to pass there on the front straightaway, and he does. Todd Barron there, sorry, out of this race early. That's a DNF for the number 11.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Todd Barron, who actually had a really good start up to P3, the highest he's been all weekend long, but bails out of it with 5 laps to go. What a lap there for Bolton and Schutt. They were 2.5 quicker than Yanko and Doug Cook last time by. They're starting to really stretch their legs at this point in the race. No personal best being set for any driver besides Todd Barron last time around before he pulled in. So this is the part of the race where things stall out, remain stagnant. And this is the part of the race where if you're anybody but the top 2, you kind of figure out where you want to be when the last lap rolls around. Like I mentioned with that group further back, as Todd Barron takes a seat, helmet off, he looks pretty drained out there. Yeah, grabs the water from one of the CKNA staff. He probably needs it at this point, and whether or not he had an issue with the go-kart he pulled in or just some heat exhaustion out there, it's so hot here at Batavia, Ohio.
I mean, I tell you what, it's a physical racetrack, right? It's bumpy, it's fast, it's, it has very high-speed corners here, and again, the weather hasn't been all too nice all weekend long, if I have to say. So again, he's probably definitely feeling everything now in this main event. Long remains here today, but for Todd Bolton, Tim Schutt, these two drivers have been very competitive so far this weekend. They shared a battle in heat race number 1, and right after, Todd Bolton shared on Facebook that it was an honor to share the racetrack with Tim Schutt, and that he had a lot of respect for him, not only because he beat him, but because Tim Schutt, again, what he's done. You look at the Grand Nationals last year, he was definitely a factor in the Legends class when we were at Newcastle Motorsports Park back in October of 2024. And now, Schutt, we're going to expect to see him as well in Indianapolis later on this year. But these two, a lot of respect. Again, you keep it respectful, but you want to win at the end of the day, and I know Tim Schutt's definitely going to want to come out of Batavia, Ohio, out of Cincinnati here this weekend with that number 1 trophy at the end of it. And the same for Todd Bolton right out of Illinois, looking to join his son on the podium, showing him how it's done on the top step. This time by, we start 3 laps to go left in this race. We're starting the 13th lap. Todd Bolton still leads on the purple and yellow Coyote.
hats off to Eli Yanko, by the way, because he has left Doug Cook. He's by himself, and he's only lapping a 10th slower than your 2 leaders. He's there. 1.6 seconds sounds like a lot of time, but we know how much time you lose making 1 pass around this place, let alone when you start to battle with 2 to go next time around. So at what point does Todd Bolton and Tim Schutt take the gloves off? Because right now, they've been content sitting 1 and 2. They know what it takes to win here in the 206 Legends class. 2 veterans in the sport. But as they climb the hill for the 3rd to last time, Tim Schutt is all over the bumper of Todd Bolton here, Caleb. At this point in the race, I've been watching the 2 go-karts go around. Tim Schutt looks a little bit calmer through the interior parts of the racetrack. That's good to note. If you're the comp kart machine, you might want to make your move earlier, because through this part of the racetrack, Bolton's been quicker.
Bolton's been really good on the run of the main straight. Schutt looking to close down the gap on the front straight. This time by 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. The 22 still leads. Can he get a win on anniversary weekend here for Todd Bolton? That'd be the best case scenario for him. And for Tim Schutt, again, only races here at Cup Karts North America. It's the only time we really see him race and get back into the seat of one of his comp karts. And this weekend, he sits in second, showing his drivers how it's done. Looking to get it one for them here this weekend. Still sitting in second in a turn 4. He's going to be patient for now.
I think we'll see a move on the white flag lap. You see Tim Schutt look over his shoulder. That gap grew to 1.9 seconds last time by. No need to make a move here before the white flag, but maybe I can be proven wrong. It's happened multiple times throughout the weekend, but not today. Tim Schutt, again, just giving a big push to Todd Bolton. This is as close as he's been through turns 13 and 14, but it's all about that run to start the white flag lap. But again, Bolton carrying great speed through turn number 14 and through the turn 15 kink. Look at the run Tim Schutt has, though. The best run he's had all race long, giving the push to Todd Bolton, who stays low until the last possible minute, then opens up. White flag in the air.
Yeah, Todd Bolton now starting to feel the pressure. Not going to defend in a turn number 2. Knows, I think Schutt more than anything knows that Bolton could probably hold on to it around the outside. This time, turn 4. This is one of the biggest passing opportunities on the racetrack. Schutt's not going to try it. And I'm sure it's probably going to be as soon as we get on to the front straightaway here. Schutt still sitting patient as we go into turn number 6. Bolton not going to defend, going to take the normal racing line. But here we go. Time to go up the hill, Alex.
For the final time today, through the left-right chicane before we climb the hill towards turn number 11 and 12. A great run for Tim Schutt down the back straightaway. Bolton has to go low here. Schutt's going to go to the high side. Do we see a move in the 13 coming up here? Bolton goes a little bit wide, keeps it tight. Tim Schutt waiting for that front straightaway, Caleb.
It's all about momentum in the last 2 corners. Who's going to have a better exit? Who's going to have a better run? It's about a car length for Tim Schutt, for Todd Bolton, who it looks good as they get onto the main straightaway. The gap is still there for the 22. Tim Schutt looking to pull out of line. Not going to be enough. On anniversary weekend, Todd Bolton wins in Legends.
Great run for Tim Schutt in P2. Eli Yanko from the back of the grid to a podium. Then you go back to Jeff Chalmers and Doug Cook, who, for Roger Racing Development, Coyote there, just fell off the pace towards the end. There's the fist bumps and celebrations for the top 2. They work together so well here in this main event. And what a well-earned victory for Todd Bolton. You see what it means to him. Eli Yanko, the congratulations to Tim Schutt as well. And you love to see the sportsmanship here in this Legends class. They all have so much respect for each other.
And I tell you what, it's not often the wife comes to the racetrack and gets to watch you race, right, while you're getting away with the kids, but I'm sure it's going to be worth it, right? Like, this is what we do, honey. This is what we do when we go to the track. We go out there and win races and bring trophies back home. How about that for the 22 of Todd Bolton? A winner here and a good day so far. A podium for Hunter Bolton in the heavy class. Tim Schutt across the line second. A good recovery drive for Eli Yanko as well to finish third. Chalmers and Doug Cook, your top 5, your podium here in Legends. That's it for the Legends class. More racing action set to come your way. Kid Karts gonna get gridded up here.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much you're spending on Netflix?
It's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know what you're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
You know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Let's run you down your starting grid order here for your feature main event in Kid Kart. It's Maddox Nieves, the 23, starting on the inside, alongside Houston's own number 75, Maverick Reddick.
Back to row number 2, you have the all-green MGM machine, number 10, Liam Vaughn, alongside the all-gold and red, number 111, Will Holzner.
The mean green machine there, the number 10, starting third, looking to get himself a couple of spots better. Abry Babcock, the 99, starting fifth, alongside Tony Bean.
Back to Millie Clements and Mike Hayen, which make up the 8-kart field here for Kid Kart. Engines are now fired down there on the grid. The last bit of words of encouragement from all the mechanics and parents. You and Jeffrey being one of them, giving the high five, the iconic high five there to Maverick Reddick. He never leaves the grid there without a high five, does Maverick.
Yeah, there you go. Top of the helmet. We look on, and Mr. Rhodes going to get these Kid Karts ready to get fired. All into the tram lines, but here we go. In the Kid Kart feature race, they're off into the tram lines. We look to the green flag. We got it, and it's a good start for the outside line.
What a great start for Maverick Reddick and the 75 machine. He takes the point for the first time since yesterday morning. Now it's Nieves' turn to try to make a move. Here comes Liam Vaughn, one to the inside there in turn number 4. This one is a 12-lapper, not 15 like the rest of the classes, but still a very long race for these young kids.
And this is the first lead change we've seen all weekend long. Maverick Reddick hasn't even stood on the national podium before this weekend, and now he's leading the race. The 75 at the point. Maddox Nieves there in second, with the mean green machine of Vaughn sitting in third, applying some pressure now to the 23.
A great run out turn number 11. Here comes Maddox Nieves, looking not there in a turn number 12. I got to say, we saw it in warm-up. The pace for Maverick Reddick, he was 3/10 clear of the field in this morning's warm-up session. Maddox Nieves was actually the 4th fastest driver this morning. So, with that being said, Reddick, we know how quick that 75 CRG can be. Let's see if he can hold on for 11 more laps. This is as close as the top 3 has been all weekend long. Down the front straightaway for the first time here. Lap number 1 complete. 11 more to go. Liam Vaughn on the bumper now of Maddox Nieves. Looking into turn number 2. Do we see a move from the number 10? No, we don't.
There you go. Mav still up front. Nieves burst onto the scene back in Charlotte. He was fighting for the podium places. Now this weekend fighting for a race win. The same thing for Maverick in Charlotte. What a complete turnaround for him. That was his first race on the national scene. You come back to this weekend, has learned a whole lot in the months leading up to this race, coming off a huge win in Amarillo, Texas. His first regional race victory. Now looking for the first national race. A great exit out of turn 6. Unfortunately for Liam Vaughn, he falls back just a little bit. Vaughn in 3rd. That gap to 2nd opens up just a little bit more. And Nieves now getting back on it. That push that he had, the push I think that he probably needed just a little bit to get up to the rear bumper. The 75 opens up.
Yeah, Nieves, uncharacteristic mistake in turn number 6, and Liam Vaughn had to get on the brakes there a little bit to avoid him. It caused a slide on the rear end of the go-kart, and time to regroup and reset and get back after the 23. A big mistake there out of turn number 14 will help as well. Maverick Reddick looks quick early on. Lap number 2 complete, 10 to go. And Caleb, we've spoken about it all weekend long here in the kid kart class. I mean, all these kids are so quick for how young they are, but the hardest thing, especially as the races get longer like this one, 12 lapper here, a minute and 21 second lap time overall, staying consistent is the toughest part.
Here we go, having a look at the lap times. Now lap number 3, they're up to full song. A 1:21.5 for Maverick Reddick, the fastest on the racetrack. He was about 4/10 better than Maddox Nieves in the 23, a 1:21.9. So Mav, good pace here early on in this race. And again, he's continuing to try and extend his gap. Well, Nieves tripped up just a little bit. He looks back, knows he's probably not going to have the help that he needs from Liam Vaughn on the MGM machine. But here we go, onto the back straight. And a huge support group as well for these young kiddos, right? You talk about Nieves, his family here. The comments have been coming in from the live chat all weekend long for the 23. You know, huge support for this kid who's in really good spirits, and as well for Maverick, right? Joined with his mom, Georgette. They've been traveling the country all year long, from racetrack to racetrack, you know, staying busy. And I know his dad, his younger brother, Ryder, Josh, and Ryder watching on from home back in Houston, watching their kiddo, the 75, only 5 years old here, racing up at the front, looking for that first national podium, maybe even a win here as he is still in the lead of this one. But I tell you what, Alex, the gap closed down the last time around. A 1:21.3 for Reddick and a 1:21.0 for Maddox Nieves. These two are getting a lot closer together here, Alex.
The name of the game, though, is how do you set up the pass? We know Maddox has been quick all weekend long. This is the first time that he's been behind a go-kart that is for position all weekend long. So in that situation, you haven't really had a lot of practice making moves throughout MCC, and this is a racetrack that's been very difficult in the past to make moves around. And we know these kid karts, we know they're friends off the racetrack, we know they don't want to ruffle any feathers, but sometimes you got to make the move when it counts. And so for Maddox Nieves, last time by, a 1:21 flat. One of the quickest lap times I've seen all weekend long. I don't think I've even seen a driver go in the 120s yet, so that is as fast as we have gone all weekend in the kid kart class. Look how close Maddox is through turn 12, but Maverick really quick in the middle portion of turn number 12, dives into the turn number 13, a little bit wide through there. It's going to give Maddox a pretty good run out of 14 here down the front straight to start lap number 5. What does Maddox have? It's not enough here down the front straightaway. It looks like Maverick's got a pretty good go-kart out of 14 and through the 15 kink there on that front straightaway to hold off the runs that Maddox gets.
Yeah, it seems like Reddick's struggle point has been in that last little sector where I think in the last corner maybe takes just a little bit of a tighter line than Nieves through turn 2 as well. You see Nieves start to close up just that little bit, but Reddick still holding on. That gap now at about a car length to 2 car lengths almost. You see Nieves opening up for the corner. Reddick washing out a little bit wider. And here we go, gap closing down still, 1:21.6 for Reddick. He was about a couple of hundredths faster than Nieves that last time around.
Maverick's doing a really good job of, in the tighter hairpins where he knows the passing opportunities are there, he'll enter slightly shallower, but he'll get on the throttle so early that he's rolling enough speed. You can get away with that in the kit kart class because, again, it's a lower horsepower category. You don't really have to worry too much about, entry speed because more often than not, a lot of these corners are flat out, maybe some lifts here and there, and Maverick recognizes that, and again, through turn 13, enters slightly shallow, but still gets on the gas quicker than Nieves does, and out of 14, getting great runs and actually extending his lead, if anything, here.
Yeah, it's close, and this is one of the closest battles on the racetrack. The other one is back and forth with Beam, the 222, going back and forth with the 99 of Aubrey Babcock in the 5th spot on the Nitro kart. Those two drivers find themselves a little bit close together there on the racetrack. Further back, Holzner, the 111, still in 6th. Hayen in the 170, still in 7th. Clements, the 78, still holding strong in 8th.
Yeah, again, through 4. Look at the run that Maverick gets. He turns in earlier than Nieves. Maddox is a little bit too wide, almost outside the rubber, whereas Maverick might be too far inside the rubber, but it's working for him. He's got the grip in that CRG machine. He's rolling the speed through those hairpins, and it's looking good here handling-wise for the 75 machine. We're halfway home for Maverick Reddick, who's starting to extend his lead now. It's up to 5, maybe 6 kart lengths now. Again, through turn number 11, that's been the one spot where I'm looking at the go-kart, and maybe Maddox is a little bit quicker through 11. You can see it. The distance then closes, now 2 to 3 kart lengths. But through here, again, looks pretty good through 12. These have been the 2 quickest drivers all weekend long. Can Maverick hold on? Can he stay consistent for 6 more laps?
You see the support starting to come in here for the Boss Cow Rabbit, I think is what they're calling Nieves there, who sits in 2nd. A lot of support from here this weekend, like we said earlier. And they want their little rabbit to push up to Mav, who's still in the lead of this race, a 75, still showing good pace. Another look at the lap times here, 2/10 for Maverick Reddick is what he extended there.
How about that, though? Something to be very proud of. If you're the entire CRG crew, if you're Maverick's parents, if you're Maverick, if you're the driver coach, his best lap, a 1:21.345. Last time around, a 1:21.381. You can't get much more consistent than that if you're Maverick Reddick, and it's showing here on the racetrack. Another 2/10 pulled out of the lead. He's starting to extend it now. It's up to 6/10 of a second there as Aubrey Babcock out of turn number 3 has spun around and at least got the go-kart fired up again, but that's going to make it to where that battle for 4th is no longer between Babcock and Beam. But I will give credit here. Will Holzner, a personal best. He's closing the gap now to Tony Beam.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the 99 to go around just on the exit of turn number 3. But still, the battle up front for the lead holds on for Maverick Reddick. And again, there you see, like we were saying earlier, Alex, you see a little bit of difference in the lines there for the 75 and for the 23. This time around, we're past the halfway point, getting into the second half of the race now. So they're about to go into deep waters, if you want to call it. They're about to go longer than they have all weekend long, and it's a thing of focus, a thing of consistency. And let's look at it. Nieves gained 2/10. So back and forth. That gap opens, it closes.
Well, a lot of that was through turns 14 there. Maverick Reddick was a little bit too wide, got the marbles there, and it ruined his run out of the final corner. All of a sudden, a bit of a line change there from Maverick Reddick. He was going a little bit wider out of turn number 4 and rolling the speed and carrying it through. This time around, a little bit shallower of a line, but it seems to be working for Maverick. And again, throwing it in at turn number 6 and 7. He's trusting the go-kart, trusting the grip's going to hold for him. And so far, it's working. Through turns 9 and 10 and up the hill, this has been the one struggle point for the 75 machine. That's as smooth as you can get for Maverick Reddick. Looks pretty good now up the hill, but I will say Maddox Nieves is closing that gap just a hair here.
Yeah, it's starting to close. Nieves is closer, I think, than he's been since the start of the race. You saw him close on the rear bumper of Reddick in the first lap. Now it's getting closer. Back down to 2 car lengths in between Reddick and in between Nieves. Here this time by, let's take a listen onto the rev limiters. The kit kart crank it up. Well, you heard it there. This track almost borderline flat out for these kid karts here, Alex. And you see that gap closing down lap by lap, a 121.3 for Reddick last time by. Nieves, again, 3/10 quicker that time around. So this gap is getting, I think, a lot closer than it's been so far this weekend. But we're getting close, and again, you got to think about the lap traffic. That's just a little bit ways up the road. The 170 at Hayen, the 78 at Clements as well. Or further up the road, both of them on their Top Kart USA machines. This time by, we start lap number 10. We're getting close to the end here, Alex. 3 laps to go in kid kart.
We've spoken about experience here in this class. It doesn't get much better than this. 2 drivers at the top of their game in the kid kart class have been matching each other toe for toe. 121.5s for the pair of them last time around. They are equivalent, essentially, to the lap times they've been doing all race long. That's as good as it gets when you're so young. 5 years old for Maverick Reddick. I want to say maybe 6 or 7.
8.
8. So 8 for Maddox Nieves there. So a 3-year difference here. So one's at the early stage of kid kart, one's at the final stage of kid kart. She's putting it all on the line here with 2.5 to go.
This is it. This moments like this of why the parents spend so much time training at the track. Spending time traveling as well, going away from home, going to different places, to new racetrack, to new places as well, spending with many different people. But I tell you what, Alex, it's about to spice up here. The 170 machine of Hayen, they're still sitting in 7th on the Top Kart USA machine. They're getting closer. Reddick has to work his way through. He makes contact. They're further back. He's stuck. Nieves stuck on the outside. Reddick looking for a lane. He stays ahead of Nieves, but I think he got too close for comfort as they were working their way through that last lap. Here we go onto the main straightaway. 2.6 in the air, 2 laps to go. They got through Clements. They have to get through Hayen this time by, Alex.
Down towards turn number 2. Hayen on the bottom of the racetrack. Look at this, around the outside for Maverick Reddick. What a move to get around the last bit of lap traffic there. Wow, that was a must-do move for Maverick Reddick, but that gap has closed to 1 kart length now. A heart and mouth moment there for Reddick and the rest of the CRG crew. Maddox Nieves, 1.5 laps to get it done here. And for Maverick Reddick, the heart rate probably at a premium right now, but he's holding on strong up front.
Here we go, last couple of laps, right? Talking about these 2 kids. Nieves has been so happy to hear his name all weekend long because he's been running good. I know he follows us around our entire national circuit, and the same thing for Maverick Reddick after he won that race in Amarillo, asking his mom, to watch the race, to re-watch the race time and time again on the way up here, on any bit of downtime, has watched that race probably 100 times since he won it. For Nieves as well, I mean, how many times are these kids going to remember and look back to this weekend where they've had one of their best national weekends to career, one of their best weekends today here, looking for a Summer Nationals victory. Reddick in the 75, looking to get his first national race victory. Nieves looking to get his as well. White flag in the air. Last time around, Nieves is pointing, looking to go. They're getting signals from the fence line. Is he close enough in a turn 2? Reddick looking to hold him off.
Reddick goes to the bottom of the track, looking for the crossover here as Maddox Nieves out of turn 3, as close as Maddox been all race long. Down to turn number 4, you see the pointing from Maddox Nieves there, trying to figure out some way around the CRG machine out of turn 4. Look at the run the 23 has down the hill towards turn 6. Is he looking inside here? Can he go late on the brakes? Not late enough. Half a lap to go for Reddick.
Reddick went to the middle of the racetrack there into turn 4, looking to hold them back. Here we go into the S's. Reddick with a little bit of a tighter line. Into turn number 11 we go. Last couple of corners coming your way. The 75 CRG machine out of Houston, Texas, still leading his way. You see his mom nervous on the fence line. Here we go. Onto the back straightaway. The 75 still leads from the 23 of Nieves. We get into the last couple of corners. Reddick, 2 more corners to go. Nieves has been strong here as well. Reddick, 1 more corner to go. It's going to be a drag race all the way to the finish line. The 75 still up front with the 23 hunting him down. Does Nieves have a good enough run onto the straightaway? I'm not sure if he's going to have it. Maverick Reddick comes to the line. A first national race victory. Reddick wins in Cincinnati.
You can hear the celebrations on the sideline from his mom, from you and Jeffrey. And for a kid that likes to go back and watch all the races once they're done, Maverick, you're going to want to watch this one back a lot of times.
What a race for Maddox Nieves and Maverick Reddick, the stars of the future. You see his mom, a thumbs up. She's happy about that, and I'm sure his dad Josh and his younger brother Ryder, or his twin brother I should say, Ryder as well, happy back at home. And again, they had lap traffic in the way, but what a race.
You see some discussions going down there with the officials there with Maverick's mom. I saw a little bit of a complaint there from Maddox Nieves, but I didn't see anything wrong there from Maverick Reddick throughout the race. I mean, maybe some contact a little bit with the lap traffic there, but if anything, it slowed Maverick down instead of helped him. So what a run for Maverick Reddick, and you couldn't ask for a harder way to get it done too if you're Maverick. Had to get through the lap traffic, had to hold off Maddox for 12 straight laps, and run as fast of a lap as he's done all weekend long. He answered the call when it mattered most.
Yeah, these two kids can definitely be happy about that. Here we go with your results at the end of it. Unofficially, Maverick Reddick with the win. Maddox Nieves on the podium. Alongside him, the 23 finishing second. Liam Bond third. Tony Beam and Will Holzner, your top 5. Aubrey Babcock, Mike Hayen, and Millie Clements, your 8 drivers here in this race. The podiums will go to Holzner, Beam, Bond, Nieves, and Reddick, your top 5. Coming up next, it's time to go back into senior racing action. Senior Light coming your way. Here we go. It's time to go racing in Senior Light. Let's run you down your starting lineup. It's 2 Grand National champions starting on row number 1. Christopher McKeithen and Owen Lloyd are going to share it. James Overbeck and the 666 of Kelvin Zing on row number 2.
Back to Dylan Amundsen and Cade Yeager on row number 3. Aiden Lorenko, Reagan Seville, row 4. And to round out your top 10, Colin Warren, Nicky Palladino.
Henry Wheeler and Isaac Malquid on row number 6. Josie Chambers and Nicholas Capolongo on row number 7. Braden Heber and Jamie Strupko, the 4th, on row number 8.
Nagisa Yoshikawa there and Tyler Desrosier. Row number 9, Max Franceselli and Tyler Koshorn. Row number 10. And it's an all-girl next 2 rows. Emily DeMaster, Jordan Klein, Cameron Reed, Addison Ainello, your top 24.
We go back to Ryan Miller and Dylan White, starting back on row number 13 with Caleb Jarvis-Comey, Ian Frankenberger just right behind them. You go to Kilgo, to Perez, to Lindstrom, to Callahan, Gray, Schwartz, Zakuzilo, Soralik, Hubert, Young, and Baker. 39 drivers total in Senior Light, getting set to take the green flag. It's the PPK Coyote on the inside for a change, and it's the MGM South Georgia karting machine on the outside. It was flip-flopped whenever we were talking about Senior Heavy. Now it's time for McKeithen to start on the inside and on the pole. We look to the stars and stripes of Jason Burgess. Green flag in the air. We're racing in light.
Big contact in the middle of the racetrack there. Isaac Malquit, one of the drivers involved in that one. We're still green all the way through, but a couple drivers got shuffled way to the middle of the racetrack. Up front, though, smooth and clean. Look at this. Further back, DeMaster fighting with a couple of drivers.
Whoa.
Wheeler and Yeager getting into it. Yeager not happy at all. Lorenko down the inside. We're 3 wide with Cameron Reed moving loose up the racetrack. There's DeMaster. There's so much happening. There's Little Sizzle back there in 30th.
So much contact throughout that mid-pack. Everybody looking for a lane, and unfortunately there's not enough room for all of them to go 3 wide through it all. But out in front, Christopher McKeithen leads. Warren looks to go on Lorenko here into the horseshoe. He's going to stay back at a 6th for now. It's McKeithen to Amundsen to Owen Lloyd, and there goes Kelvin Zing on Josie Chambers. Reagan Seville looking to go by a couple of Texans fighting here just outside of the top 10.
You saw the point from Reagan Seville. He probably wants some help. I don't think he's going to get it. Josie Chambers will get some help, though. There's the likes of Nikki Palladino going through. Cade Yeager wants to slot in line as well, and Seville hits the rear bumper. Palladino is going to move him wide, way wide in the 2. Cade Yeager up into the top 10. Braden Eber, a great start for him, up to 11th. Francis Shelley up to 13th. Yoshikawa further back as well. Look at this group. Seville, Cameron Reed. What a great start for her. She's been the master of the opening laps all weekend long. She rolled off last in both heat races yesterday, moved her way up into the top 7, and this one rolled off 24th. She's almost in the top 10 now.
Yeah, she's getting close, continuing to make headway here. Amundsen sitting there, still in 2nd. It's an MGM back to Owen Lloyd. The closest PPK Coyote to Christopher McKeithen is James Overback sitting in the 4th spot. Then it's the TS Racing VLR machine of Colin Warren. And here goes Owen Lloyd looking on the inside of Amundsen. He's going to get through. And I spoke too soon. Amundsen going to go right back. The MGM still trying to decide who's going to be the first one to get up to Christopher McKeithen. Here we go, side by side as well for the 4th spot. Colin Warren, James Overback fighting it out. Kelvin Zing and company rubbing their hands together, looking to get closer. Warren goes up to 4th.
That's an important move here in this race, Caleb, because look who's 3rd and 4th. Dylan Amundsen, Colin Warren. They've been dominating the senior medium class. This is the first time all weekend they've been together in the senior light class. We know what that duo can do when they're hooked bumper to bumper, and I know for a fact this has been in the strategy, in the cards for those two, if they can make it work in light, and now they've made it happen. 3rd and 4th for the 36 and the 111, but up front, McKeithen and Lloyd, 2 drivers that seemingly always find each other on the racetrack no matter what class it is. McKeithen was his debut in heavy earlier on. Just couldn't make it work on Owen Lloyd, but like you said, roles reversed. Lloyd now the one pushing McKeithen, not for long. Lloyd on the inside. Dylan Amundsen on his teammate trying to push him through. It's going to work, and you know Warren's going to go, and you probably know Overbeck's going to try it as well.
Overbeck looking to go through on his teammate of McKeithen. They're side by side. Lorenko now going to take advantage with Overbeck going offline. Doesn't have the run, so now the PPK Coyotes all find themselves on the racetrack. It's an MGM to another MGM to the VLR of Colin Warren. Then it's the PPK Coyotes sitting there just 4th and 5th for McKeithen and Overback. But Owen Lloyd to the lead of the race here in senior light.
The more you fight, the more you bring in that next group. Kelvin Zing, Nikki Palladino, Cade Yeager, and Josie Chambers. Jordan Klein back there in 12th. She rolled off 24th. She's up to 12th and went purple, 105.817. That next group is only 2 seconds back from this one right here. And again, look how long that train goes. When and if and when the top 5 start the battle, we're going to see quite a large train begin to form here. 4 laps in, 11 more to go. Look at the movers and shakers. The top 3 have all been up a spot. McKeithen down 3. It's Josie Chambers. That's not the line there through turn 11.
Yeah, definitely not. He's going to get past there. It looks to be the driver in 11th. It looked like it was Seville for a second, but it could have been Francis Shelley that got through. We got the black and white flag. Couple of warnings coming out to a couple of drivers. Might have to do a little bit of re-racking. Saw DeMaster there go for a move just right behind Carter Kilgo. But we get onto the front straight now. Nikki Palladino looking to go. A spot better on Kelvin Zing. He's not going to get it. The black and white still in the air. There you go. Here are the moves gained for Klein on that last lap. She gained another 2. There goes Seville looking to go on Kelvin Zing. Reagan Seville is going to get it.
Good move there for Reagan Seville. Good move there for Cade Yeager. Had to use a bit of a side pod too. Hand in the air, kind of an apology. May have to apologize to one more. Jordan Klein off the racetrack.
Yeah, 2 teammates getting into it there. Jordan Klein just hopped over the top of Cade Yeager, was stuck in the air, and they're side by side further back. Overback looking to go through. He's clear on Amundsen, who gets passed by Warren and who gets passed as well by Christopher McKeithen now in second. That gap closing down to a car length.
Inside for Overbeck here. Another spot gained. At one point, I thought he was trying to split up Warren and Amundsen, but he decides, you know what? Let's get back up to my teammates. You know the guy in the lead, Owen Lloyd, is dangerous up front, and Jordan Klein out of the go-kart, and her race is done 5 laps in. Warren going to go down the inside of turn number 1, use the curbing to make it work. There goes Amundsen back through as well, and McKeithen through on Owen Lloyd. So a lot of shuffling here inside the top 5, and that's an important move because McKeithen, if anybody in this class, knows how quick Owen Lloyd is when he's leading. He had to get it done there.
Yeah, Owen Lloyd back to second there, and you see kind of Jordan Klein there just stuck into the barriers. That's unfortunate. The young lady was having a great race, made up a huge number of spots, and unfortunately contact puts her out of this one early. She's going to have another go at it later on today when she goes out on the racetrack for the senior medium race. But up front here, McKeithen now at the helm. Owen Lloyd in the second spot with Colin Warren, Dylan Amundsen. We've seen this story play out before here, Alex. These two work flawlessly together. They're looking to take the fight to a couple of the young guns, these two, if you will, the veterans in this division.
The more you fight like this, the more Nicky Palladino is going to bring in Reagan Seville. Owen Lloyd, with help from Colin Warren, through on the inside, 7 laps in, new leader, the MGM of Owen Lloyd. McKeithen's going to dice his way forward, and there goes Dylan Amundsen on Colin Warren as well. That kind of surprises me because those two usually don't go side by side this early on, but I think he was kind of forced, and Overbeck's going to make sure he goes through. Overbeck the 4th, Warren, Lorenko, here comes Palladino, here comes Reagan Seville.
Yeah, there you saw Warren just had to brush the brakes to let Overbeck by, to let Amundsen by as well, and not let Lorenko have a shot. But again, this group further up, we've seen McKeithen go for moves as well as soon as he gets there. I really wouldn't be surprised, and to see this. McKeithen now on the inside on the horseshoe. Here comes Dylan Amundsen. Here comes James Overbeck. Lloyd still stuck on the outside. Warren looking to go through. How about Overbeck? Through for second. Contact in between the two. James Overbeck. More get collected. Seville involved. Palladino out of this race early.
A parking lot's forming here in turn number 13, and Palladino stuck underneath the go-kart there of James Overbeck. This has spread the field very thin. McKeithen now with a huge lead over Colin Warren, Lorenko, and then it goes back to Lloyd. Henry Wheeler out of nowhere to 5th, Cameron Reed from 23rd to 6th. You see the conversations there, and Palladino, you don't love to see that one. Frustrations forming for the Canadian, and unfortunately that's going to completely end Overbeck's race.
Yeah, you never want to see that here on the racetrack. Unfortunate there for Nicky Palladino, but that being said, that's going to end their races early, and I know the two of them not happy with each other here, but no room for that. Up front, McKeithen, yellow flags in the air. He's at the lead of this race. Colin Warren second, Aiden Lorenko third. Talk about Aiden Lorenko a little bit. I mean, not making the main event back in Charlotte, to be here this weekend running in the top 3. That's a great race. Red flag in the air.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop.
We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars.
Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney, Turney in the dirt.
We're just getting word, the 70, the 48, and the 36. 36 of Amundsen, the 48 of Overbeck, the 70 of Palladino, all involved in that incident, all checked out and okay. So we're ready to resume racing action here from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. It's going back up to the front. It's going to be a single file restart, it looks like. We're just right before the halfway point, so the race will continue as scheduled. If they would have gone one lap longer, it wouldn't have been this way, Alex. The race would have concluded right there, but luckily for everybody else, they get one more go at it. Everybody getting fired up now. So get going. Look at Katie Yeager up and get Addison INL fired up. But even then, looks like we're going to get a single file restart, it looks like here, Alex.
Well, I got to say, if that red flag didn't come out, we had a pretty split up top four there. That next group was quite a ways back. So this red flag was a bit of a lifeline for a lot of the field here. And I'm looking down the order at a couple of drivers. Henry Wheeler, one of the drivers that really benefited from this situation. He was in 5th. He's been really quick on that Stealth Motorsports machine. You got to look back to the driver right behind him, Cameron Reed, from the 11th row up to P6 here on the restart. You go back a little bit further to Addison INL, the driver that put it on pole yesterday morning. She's, again, rolled off on the 12th row of the grid up to now P12. So, again, now that the grid is all, bunched up together, 8 laps to go on this one, plenty of racing action, and it's headed by Christopher McKeithen. Colin Warren will start right behind him.
Yeah, here we go. Aiden Lorenko starting 3rd, to Owen Lloyd, to Henry Wheeler. Cameron Reed, we were talking about her. She's in 6th. Max Franciscelli 7th. Josie Chambers to Zing, to Nagisa Yoshikawa.
Yeah, that's your top 10 starters here. And again, they're all going to take the cut through. This is going to be a single file restart, not double file like a normal start. Single file. I wonder if any driver is going to go for a move in a 1. Expect a lot to happen in turn number 2. You see McKeithen kind of putting his hand up, saying let's slow down. Let's take it nice and easy here to start this one. But a lot of drivers now, as close as they have been since lap number 1, it's going to get chaotic here.
Yeah, here we go. On the main straight for Christopher McKeithen on the PPK Coyote. We go racing once again here in Senior Light. Everybody fans out wide. We go through turn number 2.
Pretty much remaining single file besides a couple of drivers in the mid-pack. I saw Isaac Malkowit up there. He's making up a handful of spots since falling back to almost last on the opening lap here. There's Addison Ianello ahead of Braden Eber. They're up inside potentially the top 10 at this point in the race, so a really good comeback drive for her after an incident yesterday in the second heat race. But we're now 7.5 laps away from a main event completion for the Senior Light class, and you see the hands up for Warren and McKeithen saying, you know what, I kind of like what we're doing right now. Let's work together. A bit of separation being created between those two. Lorenko in 3rd. Here comes Lloyd. Here comes Wheeler down the inside to 11. Down the inside. Lloyd through. Wheeler on the curb with help from Cameron Reed. This might be a 3-for-1 here, and Lorenko falls back to 9th.
How about the Racing Cajun getting herself up into the top 6. Here we go. More moves further back. Yoshikawa getting himself further up inside of the top 10.
McKeithen with a really good exit out the final corner here as 2 sticks in the air. We're halfway home here in Senior Light, and now we're 2x2. Warren and McKeithen, then it's Lloyd and Wheeler who thought about a move in a 2. I got to say, Henry Wheeler, pace-wise, has been arguably one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack all race long. He's had a pretty good comeback drive through the field. He was up to 5th before that red flag came out. This restart has helped him. There is Cameron Reed up to 5th now. Lorenko, Braden Heber, Franciscelli, on the Stealth Motorsports machine up into 7th.
Yeah, here we go. Single file line. This race getting a lot closer. You talked about Franciscelli at 351, just right there. The second group led by Josie Chambers. Just further back, it looks like it's Kelvin Zing now actually leading that second group. Going to get passed by Addison Ianello. How about a change for the lead? Colin Warren inside into the horseshoe. Owen Lloyd gets through. Here comes Henry Wheeler as well. Side by side with McKeithen, who's going to get passed by 3 in one corner. Lorenko looking to go by on Cameron Reed, who drops the tire into the dirt.
Let's see, we're going to side by side. Reed versus Lorenko. Here comes Francischelli. He's going to choose the inside. Lorenko's going to get left out to dry here. Francischelli through, and I think that might have been Addison Ianello up to P8. A change for the lead. Lloyd, Wheeler versus Warren. Wheeler's going to go to P2. All this battling. They don't know it yet. Their group's actually pulling away from Cameron Reed, but this is going to help her.
Yeah, Cameron Reed now second in line. Here goes Lorenko, who's fallen down the order. Kelvin Zing just right behind him on his AR Academy MGM machine. And then further back right behind him, Josie Chambers. And it's side-by-side action. It looks like Nagisa Yoshikawa was side-by-side with what looked to be Cade Yeager there for a second. I think Yeager was able to go through.
Up the hill towards turn number 11. Cameron Reed leading that next group of Francischelli and Addison Ianello, who's on an incredible comeback drive alongside Cameron Reed. And through 12, Reed's go-kart looks really hooked up through there. She is bringing these two drivers behind her back to the top group here. It's now a lead group of 7. Lorenko's got that next group right now, which goes all the way back to at least Isaac Malkwit, who's actually back on the charge now. The 75 machine fell back to, I believe, 32nd at one point in this race, up to 16th. 5 laps to go. Just completed lap number 10. And Reed and Francischelli putting in their personal best in the race.
Yeah, Little Sizzle starting to make some headway, getting himself closer and closer to the top 10. He currently sits 15th. Here goes McKeithen looking on the inside of Colin Warren into turn number 4. McKeithen back up to 3rd.
McKeithen the 3rd. Warren's content right now to sit in 4th. But for how much longer? Because Warren's going to look back and see that next group is there. You can't risk to be the first go-kart that the next group catches up to. You always want to put a kart between you and the guy behind you. Otherwise, you're going to be the one at risk of getting blown by and freight trained on any of these given straightaways. Downward turn number 12. You see the point from Wheeler there. At some point, we can expect the move from number 0. It's going to come now into 13. Wheeler through. McKeithen peeks the nose. It won't happen through here. And now we're going to go door to door, side by side, out of turn number 14. Colin Warren's got a choice to make. Do you go inside? Do you go outside? Do you help McKeithen? Who do you help? You got to help the guy on the inside every time. There goes Warren. There goes Cameron Reed. Not a whole lot Owen Lloyd can do there. Reed to 4th, Lloyd to 5th.
There you go. How about it for Henry Wheeler? Again, it's been an up and down year for him, looking for a home. But he's been with one for quite some time. Mark Steele has had a home for Henry Wheeler for quite some time, and Henry's been really confident on the Burrell Art machine on the 206 side of things. There's a big battle further back there as well. How about McKeithen now looking in at turn 6? Christopher McKeithen goes through now side by side for 2nd. Colin Warren, I think, just picked the wrong lane. Cameron Reed up to 3rd here, Alex.
As good as a drive as you will see all year long from the 12th row of the grid. Cameron Reed to 3rd. You see the thumbs up from McKeithen. Of course, he's going to like where he's at now. He's up front, but he's got a huge train behind him. He's got to hold off for the next 3 laps. Further back, Francischelli up a spot. Ianello up to 7th. That next group's going after it there. That next group consists of Lorenko, Josie Chambers, Cade Yeager involved in that group as well. And the more they fight, the more they're not going to catch up to this big group here.
Yeah, Kelvin Zing, they're going side by side. Looked like he wants to go on Aiden Lorenko. They're looking on the low side. Not enough to get through that time. But Keithen going to the bottom of the racetrack. We're getting close to the end of this race. There's going to be 2 laps to go next time around. It's McKeithen to Wheeler to Reed to Warren. Everybody going low. McKeithen going to start to defend, going to start to stack them up, and if that second group doesn't stop fighting, they're going to lose the chance to get themselves within a Summer Nationals victory. Look at Colin Warren ripping the high side, looking to get it done on the outside of Reed. He can't get through, slows them all down. Here comes Owen Lloyd back up to 3rd.
Cameron Reed was so concerned about Colin Warren on the outside, he didn't account for the driver on the inside. Owen Lloyd, as Francischelli gets put into the dirt, that's going to put a lot of dust on the exit of turn number 11. Here comes Lorenko, Josie Chambers, Kelvin Zing, and I got to tell you, Caleb, no matter how hard that second group fights, they're closing in by quite some margin. They were 2.5 seconds back. They're there. The longer that McKeithen defends, the closer that group's going to get. 2 sticks in the air this time around.
Here we go, 2 laps to go this time by when we get to the main straightaway. It's PPK on the inside, the Steel Motorsports machine on the outside. Henry Wheeler looking to go for the lead. There's contact further back in the field, but we're fighting up front. McKeithen goes low. Lloyd looking to the high side.
I think Wheeler might have been testing out the run that he gets to the line there. He was kind of looking at the start-finish line to see if he was able to pass him at the stripe there. It just wasn't. Nonetheless, McKeithen choosing this is like almost a James Overbeck strategy from yesterday, where he defended for the entirety of the last couple of laps, and it worked. McKeithen getting a big push from Wheeler. Warren again trying the outside, and again it's not going to work. Here comes Lorenko and the rest of the group.
Look at Isaac Malkout as well. He's on the edge of the top 10 now, joining the party. McKeithen holding everybody back here. Henry Wheeler going to have, another lap at it here. The white flag will be up in the air the next time around. Here we go. Wheeler looking on the outside, looking to set up an over-under. McKeithen keeps it nice and tight to the low side. More moves further back. Isaac Malkout looking to go through on Kelvin Zing and Cade Yeager. Zing going to muscle his way on by through, and he's just right behind Aiden Lorenko here. We get the white flag this time by. McKeithen still leads.
Isaac Malkout all over the dirt there in the background. That's going to cost him a top 10 finish. McKeithen on the curbing, a small mistake. Wheeler thought about the inside. Reed's going to think about the inside as well. We're side by side for third. Lloyd's going to get the inside for turn 3. It's all going to come down to where McKeithen places his go-kart down into these hairpins. Warren, again, trying to rip the high side. It might work. Around the outside of Aston Ianello, he'll claim 5th.
He's looking to get through at Ianello, now looking for a spot to slot in. She's right behind Colin Warren. McKeithen making that PPK Coyote as wide as possible here with a couple of corners to go here in Cincinnati, Ohio for the Summer Nationals. There you have it. It was Warren last year in the light division. It's going to be hard to go back for it this year, but McKeithen stays low. Everybody opening up. Zing to the high side. Moore looking for a spot. Warren looking to get on the inside of Cameron Reed, looking for a lane. He's able to get through for now. Reed staying on the inside. Up front, Christopher McKeithen has held everybody back in the closing stages of this race, but I think we're going to get a drag race to the line. Henry Wheeler looking to go to the outside, side by side for the lead of the race. Christopher McKeithen wins in Cincinnati.
Further back, contact there on the exit of turn number 14 and 15. We lost a handful of go-karts there at the end of that one, but Christopher McKeithen, for the last 5 laps of this race, he turned a 4-kart battle into about a 15-kart battle, should I say. But he held back the rest of the crew. Wheeler, Lloyd, Warren, Cameron Reed from 23rd to 5th. Aiden Lorenko, Cade Yeager, Addison Ianello, yesterday's pole sitter in senior light, drives up to 8th. DeMaster up to 9th. Josie Chambers rounds out your top 10 in a chaotic senior light main event here.
What a race there. What a day for Christopher McKeithen to get it done. Owen Lloyd got the better of him in heavy. He gets it done here in the light main event. Henry Wheeler as well. Here, I think of more than anything, bad luck. To finish on the podium is a good showing for him. Owen Lloyd as well. Colin Warren recovers. And how about Cameron Reed? Down starting in the 20th position. She gets herself onto the podium in 5th. Aiden Lorenko to Cade Yeager and Addison Ianello fell back to 8th. Emily DeMaster to 9th. Josie Chambers, your top 10 here from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
racers. You asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
It's time to go racing here in Sportsman. Only 3 more races left on the day, left on the weekend here as well. On row number 1, Daniel Dragunov going to share it with Will Feitinger. You go back to row number 2 with Laney Thigpen and Jonathan Bohr.
Row number 3 consists of Ryan Hall and Gavin Dyer, Harrison Burklow, Chase Thixton, Kristen Liu, and Logan McCloskey, your top 10 starters.
Keegan Irwin and Ryder Thompson go back to row number 6 with Harrison Bell and Trip Golnick on row number 7.
Henrik McKay, Lincoln DeCoster, back to Silas Root, Kason Hendrickson, and rounding out your top 20 starters, Ethan Jarvis Comey, and last on the grid, Hayden Lawson, one of the fastest drivers all weekend long, set to start at the tail end of this one.
Yeah, Hayden Lawson slated to start at the rear of the field here. We'll keep an eye on the number 10 Lawson Speed Shop Machine, who qualified on the pole at the start of the weekend. But again, some work to do here in this feature main event to try and get himself even within the podium places. We look up front. It's Daniel Dragunov, Will Feitinger. We look for the green flag. We got it. We're racing in Sportsman.
Looking clean so far here out of turn number 3. Daniel Dragunov will open up the corner. Do we see a move to the inside here? Not going to happen there from Laney Thigpen, but she's had a great start. Further back, we're 3 wide out of turn number 4. It's getting pretty chaotic further back. That consists of the likes of Irwin, the likes of Ryder Thompson, and more. Where is Hayden Lawson? He's up a handful of spots there further back. He's going to have to make up a couple of spots a lap to try to make things happen. But for Daniel Dragunov, for Laney Thigpen, all good out front.
Yeah, Thigpen looked like she wanted to go in a turn 4. Had to wait a little bit longer. Dragunov, the 151, up at the front on his Nitro Kart machine. Here we have a couple of movers further back. There goes the number 5 of Gavin Dyer, looking to get himself up to 4th. He's got it.
Great move there for Gavin Dyer. It's a move that had to be done. But now, if you're the top 2, if you're Thigpen, if you're Daniel Dragunov, you see the tap of the helmet from the 151 saying, let's work forward, move ahead. We have a 7/10 advantage over 3rd place at the moment, and that can continue to grow the more they fight behind. Will Feitinger, Gavin Dyer, Jonathan Bohr, this trio, if they work together, how quick can they be? And then further back, the likes of Ryan Hall, Burklow, McCloskey working together pretty well. And at the end of the lap number 1, Hayden Lawson's progress through the field, 3 spots up to 17th.
Yeah, already starting to make some headway here. Going to have to pick him off, I think, maybe a little quicker than that if he wants to get up to the top 5. But luckily for him, there's a lot of race to go here. And Daniel Dragunov, Laney Thigpen, they played it nice. They've been patient here in the first 2 laps. Thigpen hasn't thought about a move yet. But again, she's shown some good pace. One driver further back drops a tire. Here goes Lawson looking for a move on what I think could have been Hendrickson, if I'm not mistaken.
That's Harrison Bell.
That's Bell.
So Bell going down the inside there of Lincoln DeCoster. Goes wide through 13. Look for the big crossover here from Hayden Lawson. What a textbook move there. Another spot gained. That looks to be 16th place now for Hayden Lawson across the stripe. What's the gap from leaders for Feitinger? 1.3 seconds. There's 904. Ryder Thompson, that's for 10th there for 9th star on Keegan Irwin.
Yeah, we were side by side there as well for Keegan Irwin, for Thompson. Liu still holding strong in 11th. One driver off, Gavin Dyer, the driver who was in 4th. Unfortunate end for him there. We look back up to the front with Daniel Dragunov, Laney Thigpen, Will Feitinger. Man, unfortunate for the number 5.
And with that contact, that's going to really give these two a lot of separation now. Dragunov, Thigpen, they look back. They see nobody in sight. And I wonder with the contact from Gavin Dyer, what has that done to Feitinger and Bohr? Are they still 3rd and 4th? I mean, we'll have to wait and find out here because we haven't seen them in quite some time. There's the next group, and no, they must have some problems as well because all of a sudden, that looks to be maybe McCloskey there, I think, leading this next group. The 192 of Irwin up to 4th. It's completely shuffled the order. So the 20 of McCloskey up to 3rd. Let's see how it shapes it up. McCloskey, Hall, Irwin, Thompson, Bohr, Feitinger down to 8th. And it moves the likes of Lawson up to 11th now. So completely reordered the latter half of this grid. There's Feitinger with a really good move there on Jonathan Bohr. That's for 7th. Further back, more drivers going for it. There's Harrison Bell ripping the top side to an extreme there. But a great save there, and the 211 had to bail out of it.
What a save by the 444 to hold on to it in the grass, able to stay on the racetrack. But again, the battle for the lead, that's long gone right now. Daniel Dragunov, Laney Thigpen, absolutely gone from the likes of Hall, from the likes of Irwin, and as well for here you see Dragunov, another driver off the racetrack here, unfortunately. Dragunov, Thigpen.
That's Berklow.
Yeah. But you go back here, Bohr, the 28 for Steel Motorsports, started that lap in 7th, now up to 3rd.
These two, I have a feeling, Caleb, I'd be shocked to see anybody attempt to move before the 2 to go sticks, even the white flag in the air, because their gap now has grown even larger. It was 4.5, now it's 4.9. But this next group of McCloskey on back, this will be the battle to watch all race long. The Steel Motorsports Stealth Machine, McCloskey, Hall, Irwin, that's a really strong group there. That's for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Here we go. I wonder if they're going to try to hook up bumpers as well and see what they can do for 10 more laps. And I pretty much hope that Thigpen and Dragunov go for some moves and make a race out of this one. Otherwise, it could be a runaway for the top 2 spots. But the battle for the podium will go on right to the very end here.
Yeah, let's take a look back at the number 20 of McCloskey as well now. He's holding everybody back. Thigpen not going to go for a move. And again, we're expecting to see them kind of stay like this for the majority of the race here, Alex. With the number 20 Steel Motorsports machine holding on strong. Here's everybody else working their way through that time by. And it's changed. It was Bohr there for a second. It was McCloskey there, sorry. The number 20 was the driver that was up in 3rd. He got shuffled down the order. And you see him still going side by side with the 904 of Thompson.
So now it's Ryan Hall on the comp cart up to 3rd. Behind him, Keegan Irwin, Ryder Thompson. All of a sudden, in one lap, that's how easy it is to drop a couple of spots. McCloskey down to 6th. There's the likes of Berklow being walked away from the racetrack and back to safety there. An unfortunate ending for the 64 machine. It was looking pretty good for him on the opening 3 laps. This one, his day is done 11 laps too soon. The gap up front is now up to 5.7, and the more you fight for 3rd, the more that gap will continue to grow. But the more you fight for 3rd, the more this race will get closer. It was a 4-car battle for 3rd, all the way back to McCloskey, but Feitinger, who was involved in the contact between himself and likes of Gavin Dyer, he has now brought that next group up. Golnick, Lawson, Bohr, they're back in this. And for Hayden Lawson, he's got nothing to lose. Rolling off at P20, already up 11 spots. The fight and the battle for the top 5 is definitely on here with 8 to go.
Yeah, now Lawson right behind Golnick. There's Bohr, the 28, sitting in the 10th spot. So now what does Lawson do? Does the number 10 have a good enough run on the 111? Here we go, onto the back straightaway. Everybody staying in line. Couple of moves further back. Looks like Liu, or Liu's actually further up the order. Could be Root. I think they're making a move. We'll take a look at it here, Alex.
Oh, a couple drivers off in front of them. It looked to be, I think, Jonathan Bohr, the all-orange helmet with the Burrell chassis, off the racetrack out of turn number 2. He's going to fall way down the order here when they cross the stripe next time by. That's unleashed the shackles there on McCloskey. It's also helped out Will Feitinger. That's a free spot for that entire group. And now, almost side by side, Ryan Hall and the likes of Ryder Thompson going after there for 4th. The 192 Keegan Irwin still leads this next group. This is the battle for 3rd and on the podium there so far. Up the hill, down towards turn number 12. A great run out of 11 for Ryder Thompson. Had to tuck back in line. And Jonathan Bohr, I don't even see him on our screen right now. He really fell down the order after that off.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Bohr. There goes the 904 going through. Thompson looked to go on the Timmy Tech Comp Kart of Hall, able to get through for the 4th spot. And again, these 2 drivers still on the podium. The top 5 here at CKNA for the national events get to stand on the podium. So 3 drivers leading this group are on it for now. But again, you have a hungry pack right behind, led by McCloskey, Feidinger, Golnick, all looking to get themselves on it.
Let's see, looking on the high side here, Ryder Thompson. And now on the inside for a moment. I thought he was going to sell the dummy there, but couldn't make it work. McCloskey up to 5th. Feidinger now trying to lead that next group. Where's Hayden Lawson? He's on the tail end of this long train of 7 go-karts. But if you can get to the head of this train, it'll be a last to 3rd for Hayden Lawson. A couple more spots, and it's a last to podium for Hayden Lawson. So that's the goal here for the Lawson Racing number 10 machine. Down the back straight, there goes Ryder Thompson, making it work. There goes McCloskey. Here comes Feidinger. Can it be a 2-for-1 in a turn number 13? He'll muscle his way through. It is up to 4th.
How about that? Now the number 20, McCloskey, going side by side with another one of the drivers there, the 111, as well as Golnick, looking to work his way on by. Thixton stuck in the middle of it all, looking for a lane as well. Hayden Lawson now looking on the inside of McCloskey. Lawson's up to 7th.
Behind him, Trip Golnick behind Lawson there, and one driver way off the racetrack entering turn number 2. I couldn't tell which driver that was, but just misjudged it on the brake zone there. We'll have to see if we can put a name to the driver that we saw off the racetrack, and that's McCloskey. Logan McCloskey. We saw him hanging around the outside of the likes of Ryan Hall. Couldn't make it stick. Out of the race. You see the frustration for the 20 machine.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Thompson in the 904 now sits in 3rd with Feidinger and Irwin. That green Steel Motorsports machine sitting 5th. The last of the podium places, with Hall just right behind him. And you saw that bump that's just on the outside, or on the high side of the back straightaway. It sends these Sportsman drivers up into the air, Alex.
Yeah, but it's better off than just trying to avoid it every single time. You don't lose any lap time there. It's just more of a comfort thing, and that's why start of the weekend we saw drivers trying to avoid it. They realized it didn't really make much of a difference. Now you just go over it. It's kind of fun, I guess, for some of these young kids to get some airtime on that back straight. Nonetheless, we're on lap number 10, 5.5 laps to go this time by, and Dragunov and Thigpen's lead grows now to 8.8 seconds. But no one's quicker than Keegan Irwin, the 5th place driver. The 192 goes purple as contact. A bit of an apology there, hand up for Feidinger, but that move sticks up to 3rd. It's going to cost Ryder Thompson 2 spots. He'll fall back to 5th. The purple man, Keegan Irwin, up to 4th. There's Ryan Hall. There's Hayden Lawson, just watching it all unfold. He's 2 spots away from a last to podium situation here.
Yeah, that gap to the lead of the race, pretty significant here, Alex. Again, they're about 8 seconds back from your leaders of Daniel Dragunov, of Laney Thigpen, who haven't fought for the lead of the race yet. As we start lap number 11, 10 laps down, 5 laps to go.
Saw a great move there in the turn number 13 from Ryder Thompson. Tapping the helmet, so let's work together. That usually happens after you pass somebody, then you expect them to work with you back. But that's all part of what it takes to get a podium here around this place. And sometimes you have to help somebody even if you don't want to. This group has grown ever since they started fighting for 3rd here. This is going to help again. Ryder Thompson, forward momentum continues up to P3. Here comes Keegan Irwin trying to fight forward as well. Feitinger's going to hold strong on the outside. And Keegan Irwin might get held out to dry here because here comes Ryan Hall on the inside of turn number 6. Not close enough there. Irwin still holds on to that final podium spot at the moment.
Everybody stacked and packed here on this group for the podium places. It's Thompson as we get to the back straightaway. We saw Thixton there looking for a move. Lawson's going to go for one. Slots back in the line behind Hall.
Look at this, into turn number 13. A late launch there for the 39 of Thixton. That's going to work there. He'll get around Hayden Lawson. So Hayden Lawson, either the pace just isn't there this race or maybe being a little bit too kind. And with 3.5 to go, the gloves at some point will have to come off for the 10 machine. Look at the run here. Thixton through, Lawson through, Ryan Hall back to 8th.
Ryan Hall back to 8th. as they work their way through now onto the main straight, onto the infield section. As we take a little look here, looks like there's, I guess, a cell nearby, but not much else as far as weather goes looming in the area. So it's looking good. Sun's still out, sun's still shining over the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, Alex.
On the back straight here, 3 more times around. Ryder Thompson leads this group. The last spot on the podium belongs right now to the all-green 192 Keegan Irwin. It now belongs to Chase Thixton. Hayden Lawson's going to try to hold the outside. Can't make it stick. You see the frantic tapping of the helmet for Keegan Irwin there, watching his podium hopes start to slip away here, knowing that he needs the help now from Hayden Lawson to make it work.
And there you go, Lawson there behind Irwin in the 7th spot. And the podium places just running away from them here at this stage. Daniel Dragunov, the Nitro Kart machine, Laney Thigpen. 2 drivers that have fought real hard to get to where they are today. And again, once they got to the lead of this race, they haven't looked back, Alex. The next time they cross the line, they're going to get the 2.6 in the air. 2 laps to go for the Timmy Tech Comp Kart machine and for the Nitro Kart.
Well, here we go. Ryder Thompson down the back straight. Look for Chase Thixton to make a move here. He's been so quick in the latter half of this race. He's been making at least 1 pass every lap for the last 3 laps, but going defensive now to 12. Here comes Feitinger after the contact on lap number 4 with Gavin Dyer. He's clawing his way back up on the final step of the podium at the moment. There's a top 2. Haven't seen these guys in about 10 laps, but 2 to go, 6 in the air. It's time to dance for the top 2. With an 11.5-second lead, they can afford to battle for quite some time.
Yep, there you go. Laney Thigpen in 2nd. And this would be a huge result for her here this weekend to come away with a win here in Cincinnati. The same for Daniel Dragunov, the 151. That's a name that I think that we've said a whole lot every time that we come to Cup Karts North America racing action.
1.5 laps to go for your 2 leaders, and then behind them, it's an incredible scrap for the final 3 steps on the podium. But here we go, Dragunov looking over his shoulder. Thigpen content with sitting in 2nd. They're going to wait till the white flag lap, and I wonder at what point do you go? We haven't really got a chance to watch the 2 go-karts battle it out throughout this race so far, so I don't really know where the strengths and weaknesses are of the 151 and the 12 machine. We'll see it here. The run of the line. Thigpen has a really strong run to the bumper of Dragunov. That's good to note. If you're Laney Thigpen, you know you have the pace to get that run to the line. 1 driver off. Keegan Irwin out in the dirt in turn number 12. His race is done from podium to DNF.
Unfortunate there for Irwin, but here we go. Laney looking on the outside. Dragunov to the bottom of the racetrack into turn 4. Looking to rip the high side for Thigpen. Can't find a way through. 2 more drivers get collected.
Lincoln DeCoster involved. I think Henrik McKay in that one as well on the all-white go-kart. Unfortunate for them, they were just inside the top 10 when that happened. Nonetheless, look at this. I thought for a moment Thigpen was going to sneak down the inside of turn number 8 and 9. Couldn't make it stick. Dragunov goes a little bit low into 11. Look for a great run from Laney Thigpen. It's not going to happen here. Dragunov defending a bit of clean air through here. Looking for the outside is Thigpen. But maybe a crossover coming here. But remember, she has a really good run to the line if she wants to use it, but it depends on the exit of 14.
Here we go. Dragunov went a little tight. Thigpen has a really good run onto the main straightaway this time by. The gap is still there. Thigpen going to go up alongside Daniel Dragunov. We're getting close to the checkered flag. Laney Thigpen going to pass him on the front straightaway. Checkered flag in the air. Laney Thigpen steals it in Cincinnati.
You hear the cheers on the grandstands there for Laney Thigpen, the number 12 comp kart machine. She led for all of maybe 1,000 feet, but it's the 1,000 feet that mattered most. She wins here in Jurassic Sportsman. Further back, the run to the line belongs to Carter Thompson, Will Feitinger, and Chase Thixton round out your top 5 here in Jurassic Sportsman.
How about the number 12, like you said, hasn't led all race long, and then in the last 100 to 200 feet, Alex comes across the line in first to take the win, to take the top step of the podium over Daniel Dragunov, Ryder Thompson, Will Feitinger across the line 4th, and Chase Thixton your podium. Ryan Hall, Hayden Lawson, a recovery up to 7, to Christian Liu, to Golnick, to Jonathan Bohr. Your 10 drivers here at the end of it all. Lainey Thigpen, victorious here in Cincinnati. What a moment for her to get it done. And you see the emotions there as well. How about this? 2 races to go here in Cincinnati. Your Masters coming up next. And it all ends with Senior Medium.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 at KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
It's time to go racing in Masters for their main event. The 77 Comet Eagle on the pole alongside the 111 of Eric Fagan.
Go back to row number 2, which sees Tim Schutt and Jamie Bradford.
Go to Eli Yanko and the 012 of Jeff Chalmers on row number 3.
Back another row to see Todd Barron and Carlos Moraes. And to close out the field, Paul Bailey and Eric King.
See, we had a good pattern going there, Alex. I did one, you did one.
I did that on purpose.
You did another one that you did too. That's, yeah. So yeah, you are now, man. So it says a lot about you as a person, if I'm honest. I'm just saying. Do want to give a huge shout out to our entire hardworking crew here with us this weekend, and as well the entire CKNA crew for keeping everybody safe and providing some great racing so far this weekend, as well to our crew in production and out there on the racetrack as well, our hardworking camera crew getting it done. But it's time to go racing here in the Masters division. After this, the senior mediums hit the racetrack, but for now, it's Fagan, it's Dittmer on row number 1, looking for the green flag. We got it. We go racing in Masters. Side by side, further back, everybody looking for a lane. Chalmers is into the dirt. Yanko looking to go side by side, 3 wide. Mariah in the middle of it all. Still 3 wide. Eric Fagan has lost about 5 spots in the process from the front row all the way down to 8th here, Alex.
I think his hand's been up more than his hand's been on the steering wheel in this race so far. On that back straight, we saw synchronized complaints heading to turn number 4. Not many drivers happy with each other. 2 drivers are happy, though. Dittmer, Schutt, pulling away from the field. There's Bradford, there's Yanko. Here comes Fagan. We know he's not happy with a lot of the drivers in this race so far. He'll make the move stick there on Eric King. He goes back to 7th.
Here we go, on to the main straight. Tim Schutt and Mike Dittmer, the 77 Comet Eagle, leads this field away. You go back to 3rd with Bradford now. The 222, I think, it looks like different colors for Bradford. I think maybe a little bit of a suit change here, Alex. Is that what it is?
Yeah, he was wearing an all-black suit all weekend.
Black and red, it looked like.
Now we're in blue and black. So superstitious maybe, or maybe just wanted to put on some new colors for this race. But nonetheless, new suit. Let's see if it brings up some new speed. The 222 hasn't needed it all weekend long, but he'll need it a little bit here because Eli Yanko right now not quick enough to really get to the bumper of Bradford. But I will say, early doors in this one, still 13 laps to go. He's starting to close the gap. Last time by, 1.1 seconds was the gap. It's a lot shorter than that now. 4 karts coming, getting closer together as Eric Fagan, hand in the air. I'm going to assume with that complaint, there was some assistance on that off there for Eric Fagan, but with that, his hand is now up. I think he's going to concede this one.
Yeah, I think Eric Fagan, it's just a bad day in the office for him, right? Doesn't want to close this one out. So he's going to dive into the pits early, and he was really starting to make up some ground, getting himself back up to 6th, but that's it for him. Into the pits for the gold cart.
I guess he'd rather watch this one from the sidelines there, and I think some frustration is going to boil over in that one. But here we go. It's going to kick off. They can all fit under a blanket at this point. The top 4 further back. What a great race for Carlos Moraes in the works, up to 5th. He's been, fighting set up all weekend long. It's been looking good the last couple of heat races, and the 44 is up to the top 5. He leads that next group, but this is the group we're all focusing on now. Dittmer versus Schutt. Bradford's brought Yanko back into the mix, and Eli Yanko's been a driver that, he's shown the pace this weekend, hasn't really had a lot of the luck to show for it, or really hasn't put himself in the right positions. This time around, in a great position, the last of this top 4 drivers.
Here we saw 2 groups yesterday. It was the top 5 and the bottom 5, led by, it looked like Chalmers from 6th on back. King in there, Bailey, Barron, not sure if he got the start here in this one, and he didn't. So Todd Barron didn't join us for the start of this race. Your top 4 drivers pulling away in that second group, led by Mariah, King, Chalmers, and Bailey. 2 gold carts out of it early.
11 laps still remaining here in this one, and nobody looking for a pass anytime soon. I think the first pass, it could come from Tim Schutt, but I think it's going to happen probably for third. I think Yanko might want to go by on Bradford soon if he feels like he has the pace. Other than that, there really isn't a whole lot of need to make a race out of this right now. You want to save your stuff for the end of the race. You want to save your body for the end of the race. And the group behind you is now 5.7 back. There's really no need to even risk bringing them back into play. You just got to sit here and kind of bide your time, put yourself in the right position when the race matters most. Again, like situations like that, Dittmer opened up the corner, so too did Schutt, and nobody even peeked the nose. At this point in the race, you're just seeing where your go-kart's good, and you see a small complaint from Tim Schutt saying, listen, I mean, I'm not passing you, but if you're going to keep dropping tires, I might have to go around you.
Yeah, there's a bit of an unspoken rule, right? Whenever you're leading, it's fine as long as you're not making mistakes and as long as you're gaining time on the rest of the pack. Well, for one, third on back has closed down, and two, right, with that mistake from Dittmer, if Schutt, one, okay, that's fine, but you make another one, you're going to force my hand. I'm going to have to go, and I'm going to have to look out for myself more than anything. As much as you respect somebody else, you can't, you can't risk to be behind that for too long. You see Schutt, I think, is going to go for a move now onto the back straightaway.
There it is. It's a one-and-done rule, I guess, for Tim Schutt. One mistake's all you're allowed before he's going to go by. Down the back straight for the first time all race. A lead change in the works. He's through, and Michael Dittmer, I got to give him credit here. Great job to only lose one spot there and not have Bradford go through as well.
Yeah, Bradford didn't even look for it to the bottom of the racetrack. Just stayed right in line in that third spot, content with it. Yanko as well. Nobody really flinched, right? Nobody moved, but now we'll see what this pack looks like with Tim Schutt at the front.
Already looking pretty strong here through turn number one with Schutt leading instead of Dittmer, but through turns 2 and 3, Bradford looks really strong. At some point, though, third's not going to cut it here if you want a chance to really claim that top spot, but there's plenty of laps still to go. We're on lap number 6 now. 10 laps remain here in a 15-lap main event, and again, this Masters class has brought some great action all weekend long, and again, a 4-kart train is all you can ask for out of these Masters guys. They'll always put on a pretty good performance for us, and we can expect the elbows out racing as the race progresses, but right now, they're all pretty content to sit line astern as they climb the hill, but not for long. Bradford says, you know what, I'm going to peek a nose. Doesn't get the run he would have wanted, but we know that Bradford now is looking for moves into 13, where I thought was a better chance than what he had out of 11, decides not to do it, but he's just, again, kind of playing with his foot a little bit, seeing where he's faster, seeing where he's slower than Dittmer.
Yeah, these 206 engines have been going around the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati all weekend long. Let's take a good listen at the gear ratios. The Masters, crank it up.
There it is, a full lap of the Masters. Crank it up here, and again, with Tim Schutt taking the lead over Michael Dittmer, I got to say the last couple of laps, this has been a much better pairing this time around, whereas with Schutt pushing Dittmer, I think the top 4 was kind of remaining the same, but with Schutt pulling Dittmer around the racetrack, it's kind of like what we saw with Owen Lloyd, where he's able to roll the mid-corner speed even with a lower gear ratio than Dittmer, but he's got such tall gearing that on the straights, it's hard for Dittmer to make a move, and even Jamie Bradford as well. And now these three have really hooked up, and Eli Yanko's got to be careful because you can't afford to have too many laps like what we saw last lap, where he's sitting kind of where he is right now, 1 to 2, maybe 3 kart lengths back. And the longer that happens, and the longer the top 3 don't battle, you start to risk becoming a lone ranger. You don't have to worry about the guys behind you because the closest competitor is Jeff Chalmers at 9 seconds back, but it starts to really hurt your chances at the top step of the podium. We're halfway home here in this Masters main event, and at some point we're going to see some shuffling for position. But again, look at this. Tim Schutt out of 14 gets such a good run that it's difficult for Dittmer or Bradford to make a move even if they wanted to.
And you heard it there as well, right? Whenever we kind of went quiet for a second, that, you know, you can really hear the tire screeching throughout the corners, and it's just, you know, I really would, what would you call that, Alex? You know, what's for viewers at home that are watching this weekend, what's causing that?
I mean, there's a couple of things, right? First of all, lots of grip on the racetrack, right? So a lot of tire noise. This driver's struggling with rear stability, rear grip, too much of it more often than not. Again, I walked the paddock last night and asked, you know, how grippy is the racetrack? It looks pretty grippy. It looks like a lot of drivers are stuck. And like I mentioned earlier on the warm-up sessions, where most drivers came up with the same response, right? Track is hooked up. You got to stay ahead of it. You've tried everything. You've tried the narrow hubs. You've tried it all. And oftentimes, some of the drivers said, you know what? We actually just went with the complete opposite setup. We'd go, back to standard hubs, see if that works. You know, sometimes you'd think, you know, you want some pickup on that left and right rear tire. You put some caster on it. Some drivers tried it. Some liked it. Some didn't like it because at some point you get too much pickup on those rear tires. It'll kind of throw itself back on the ground, and it doubles down. And all of a sudden, yeah, you get inside lift on the entry of the corner, but in the middle and exit, you don't really get the grip. You get too much grip and not enough, you know, rear, you know, rotation out of the go-kart, right? So that's kind of what we're seeing here. But I got to say, all 4 go-karts look really strong here. That's why we're seeing such a large gap between themselves and the 5th place battle.
Yeah, there's starting to be a little bit of separation in between the top 4. Everybody about half a car length away from each other once we got out of turn number 2. And here we go. Bradford, he tried to move for second earlier on. Just has been content to sit in the 3rd spot. All these 3 are really within the podium places as long as, you know, they keep it on the racetrack. But further back, Chalmers, the 12 machine on the MGM, holds on to the last of the podium places, and he's still close to the 569 of Bailey, to King, to Moraes. So that battle for the last of the podium places is still gonna go on, as well as the one for the race victory here as we get into 4 laps to go. Bradford drops a tire. That's a mistake. And Eli Yanko not going to be willing to wait for much longer. He's going to go up to 3rd.
I love this type of racing, though, where it's a little bit of a cat and mouse, right? You wait for the driver in front to make a mistake, and you pounce on it. Eli Yanko, that's the first mistake we've seen out of a driver since Dittmer put his tire off. And what happened? Tim Schutt went around. Bradford dropped the tire. Eli Yanko goes around. You're pretty much just waiting for the driver in front of you to make one simple error, and you have to pounce on it here. We're coming to 4 laps to go here in the Masters class. With that mistake from Bradford and that move from Yanko, it created a slight gap in the lead, but not too much. And again, Tim Schutt is so quick, even in the interior parts of the racetrack, that, you know, Dittmer's not able to hold on to his coattails. Further back, the battle for the last step on the podium, that 5th and final spot, belongs to the MGM of Jeff Chalmers as it stands, but behind him, Paul Bailey, Eric King, 2 drivers that started on the last row of the grid. They're up a handful of spots. They're fighting for a podium now.
Yeah, they're getting there. King definitely starting to get up on the wheel. The same thing for Moraes, looking to get himself up closer to the rear bumper of that blue MGM of Chalmers. And he's still pushing with everything he's got. What a surprise down the inside for Bailey into turn number 13. Couldn't make it stick. Chalmers holds on. Here comes Moraes looking side by side on the main straightaway. Moraes going to get clear, and Bailey, from looking to go for the lead of the race, fell back to 8th.
Look at this, 3.5 to go, and Eli Yanko is caught up to the 77 Common Eagle of Michael Dittmer. Downwards turn number 5, 6 on the exit towards 7, and then as they climb the hill towards 11 here shortly. This is as close as Yanko's been to the top 2 here. Will we see a move? Will we see Yanko start to kind of plan his attack for when he wants to put himself P2? Because we know that's the prioritized position to be in heading to that white flag lap, which is going to come in 3 laps time. Around turn 12, again, everybody feeling comfortable to open up the corner here for turns number 13 and 14. No, not much of a threat for any moves though so far, but at some points, right, 3 to go, and they'll know it. They'll see it on their dash, see it on the microns. They'll know what lap count they're on. So they're all counting down here. They'll know it's 3 to go this time around. You're seeing the big push from Yanko to Dittmer to Tim Schutt here on the front straightaway, and look for a move in a turn 2. It's not going to happen. I think we're going to see it at 2 to go here.
Yeah, going to be 2 to go, and you mentioned it, right? They're going to see it down on their microns. Looking to update yours. You can order yours today at shopakr.com. This weekend only, 10% off everything on site. Order your Micron 6 today. Scan the QR code. Order yours now. Tim Schutt leads from Dittmer to Yanko to Jamie Bradford, the top 4. It's been the same almost all weekend long. The only difference, Fagan isn't joining him here for this one. Schutt had to go at it in the Legends division, wasn't able to close it out. This time in the Masters division, he's in control. He's at the helm.
Let's see it through 13 and 14 for the third to last time. This time around, they'll look to Jason Burgess and expect to see 2 sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Out of 14, it's been Tim Schutt's biggest strength. The run to the line. It's been tough for Dittmer to get there. That being said, he has the biggest advantage on the racetrack right now, and it's the help from Eli Yanko behind Tim. That being said, I didn't see a 2 to go signal in the air. That this is, in fact, lap 14 underway, but we didn't get the 2 to go signal, so at least 2 more laps to go here in this Masters race, and that's probably why we don't see a whole lot of defending happening from Schutt.
I'm not sure if Jason's hiding under the tower there. We can't find him, but we'll see. Tim Schutt still up front with Dittmer to Yanko to Bradford, still working their way on by. This is the second to last race of the evening. Senior mediums coming your way next. For those of you watching on from home, wondering how many we got left, we got one more after this. The marquee class here at Cup Karts North America takes the track here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati in Batavia, Ohio. Tim Schutt, 1 more lap to go. It should be the white flag this time by, Alex.
Again, a great exit out of turn 14. There is the white flag for Jason Burgess and the rest of the Masters crew. Here we go. Schutt not going to have to defend here. Dittmer didn't get a great run out of 14. Downwards turn number 2 for the last time here this afternoon.
That Timmy Tech Comkart has been absolutely flying here in the Masters division. He's kept Dittmer behind, kept Yanko at bay as well all race long, where, you know, in contrast, he had to work his way through the field in Legends and then just ran out of push, ran out of time to get up there to Todd Bolton and to Tim Schutt. This time around, he's been in the mix, just hasn't been able to go for a second, hasn't been able to make an impression on the top 2 drivers. Now Dittmer on the rear bumper of that Timmy Tech Comkart up front of Tim Schutt, the lead man for that operation. As we get to the back straightaway, Schutt looking over the shoulder, fading low. Dittmer goes lower. Here comes Eli Yanko on the inside. We're side by side with the horseshoe. Dittmer gets the inside. Schutt goes through. Eli Yanko locks it up. Half spin, able to save it. Bradford through for third. But here we go for the lead of the race, for the win here in Cincinnati. Side by side all the way down. Schutt looking on the outside. Dittmer to the middle of the racetrack. Schutt looking to rip the high side by side. Who gets it? It's Mike Dittmer in the 77 who takes the win here in Cincinnati.
You can hear the cheers in the fence line there from Michael Dittmer and Tim Schutt, who put on a great show for us here on that final lap and just timed it to perfection. Then Michael Dittmer was content sitting second for majority of the race. Bradford to third. Yanko, costly mistake entering the last couple of corners there. He'll fall back to fourth. And Jeff Chalmers edges out Eric King for the final spot on the podium.
One more race to go today, but how about Mike Dittmer, the 77 Comet Eagle, victorious here at MCC, a Summer Nationals champion. One more race to go, the one that everybody has been waiting for here. Coming your way next, live on Kart Chaser. One more race to go here today from the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati. The senior mediums, all eyes on 40 plus of the best in the nation. They're led to the green flag by Dylan Amundsen and Colin Warren. Henry Wheeler and James Overbeck gets another go at it here starting on row number 2.
Back to row 3, McKeith and Iannello on all PPK Coyote, row number 3. Back to Ian Quinn and AJ Roderick.
You go back to Ryan Crouch, Cameron Reed on row number 5, Aiden Lorenko and Bryce Frank on row number 6. Jordan Klein, again, a DNF in light. She gets another try here in medium. She's starting alongside Invader's own Cole Nelson.
Further back, row number 8, Eli Fox, James Sullivan. Row 9 seeds Brady Atwood and Jack Grote.
You go back to Eli Warren and Joseph Hewitt on row number 10, your top 20 starters. Down to the second page with Jamie Strupko the 4th and Josie Chambers on row number 11. Caleb Jarvis Comey and Andrew Hitchcock on row number 12.
MGM's Kelvin Zing alongside Gavin Dagenhart, Brady Eichhoff, and Dylan White. Row number 14, back to the top 30, Colin Evans, Ashton Wheeler.
Katie Yeager and Clay Robbins, they're starting 31st and 32nd. Reagan Seville and Adriano Iannuzzi, 33rd and 34th. Bolton, Kiefer, Zobiak starting down the order. Look for him to work his way through. Starting alongside Anthony Nunez with Matt Lyda, Brandon Helton, your top 20 rows.
Back to the last 4 rows here to make up the 48 kart field. Braden Eber, Gavin Isaacs, Evan Smith, Nolan Holiday, Owen Lloyd from 45th, Chase Adams, Maxwell Sonnet, Ryan Gensheimer, the 48th and final driver that makes up the senior medium main event grid.
Here we go. This entire weekend has come down to this moment here. One race to go. 48 drivers total. The 48 best in the world in 206 racing action. They're all here in Cup Karts North America. One driver off the racetrack, Gavin Isaacs, not going to make it to the green flag. We're going to go around again. And a weekend that's gone from bad to worst. Not going to be able to start this one out. Not going to be given a shot to try it.
You can't write it for the 416 there. We spoke to him last night, Caleb, and he couldn't believe his luck throughout the weekend. Couldn't believe that they just weren't able to really find the setup. This has been the first time he said that they haven't run just the normal baseline setup that he's used to, and he's been struggling to find it. But it looks like there's a bit of an issue with some. Oh, the motor's completely loose there. Completely loose motor mount, and yeah, you cannot roll onto the racetrack with that. Smart call there for Gavin Isaacs. The moment he felt it, I'm sure he pulled off the grid. But again, if he didn't have bad luck, would have no luck at all this weekend. He's going to roll the kart across the track, at least get to the scale line and off onto a safer part of the racetrack. But Gavin Isaacs' day is done
into the pits
before it even begins.
And last year, I mean, you look at this event, right, in 2024 at his home racetrack in Pittsburgh was really when he broke onto the scene here in 206. And this year he can't even get it started, but we're down to 47. Dylan Amundsen, Colin Warren, 48 of the best in 4-cycle racing are getting set to take the green flag here. It all comes down to this here in Cincinnati, a new location, the second ever Summer Nationals are getting set to go green. MGM on the outside, TS Racing VLR on the outside. We're racing in medium.
By 2 all through turns number 3 and 4. We're single file up front. Amundsen, Warren, Wheeler, Overbeck. Further back, there's Ian Quinton. Late lunge inside of McKeith. And further back, that was a big dive there from one of the OTK machines. That was Ryan Crouch on AJ Roderick for 8th.
Here we go. It's Amundsen to Warren to Wheeler. Back to Overbeck, side by side, all throughout the mid-pack. You have a look on Zing there, who was working his way through. A couple of more in that mid-pack as well, but these two drivers have worked flawlessly together so far this weekend. But it's main event racing action now, and now you see the switch here. We saw a lot of this as well throughout the heat races yesterday, Alex, in between these two.
That's by design. It would not be surprising at all if that was in the cards all along. Dylan Amundsen, I'm sure they set up the go-kart to be more of a pushing style go-kart there. You saw Dylan Amundsen didn't defend it at all, almost expected it there, and then defended into 14 to make sure nobody got around him there. There's also some context further back.
A couple of drivers around in that last section. A couple of more making moves. Looking at Eli Fox on the inside of Bryce Frank going on by. 2 by 2 further down the order. There you have it. It's a 957.
Missing a left rear there.
Missing a left rear tire. We'll put a name to that. That's Chase Adams.
Chase Adams, unfortunately, not going to finish a single lap here in this 15-lap main event. But out front, it's the two drivers that have headed the way all weekend long in senior medium. We know these two are lethal when they join bumpers together, but behind him, Wheeler and Overbeck are going to have to do the same sort of strategy here if they want a chance to knock off the top two.
Here we go, further back, McKeithen, Iannello, 3 PPK Coyotes in a row. You go back to the stealth machine, the Mark Steele Motorsports driver, and Ian Quinn. Further down in 7th, here we have a little change. Wheeler goes through for 2nd. Overbeck looking to follow him on by. Not going to get that move completed. McKeithen now looking for 4th. They're side by side.
McKeithen wanted the move on Overbeck. It's going to cost him a spot. And now we have Addison Iannello pushing James Overbeck. That's 4th and 5th. A PPK Coyote 4, 5, 6. And then further back, Ian Quinn leading that next group. Ryan Crouch, AJ Roderick, Jordan Klein up to P10 for Coyote as well. But up front, it's a different driver in P2. We talked about Wheeler making the move. At what point does Wheeler want to get out to the lead? We saw yesterday in that medium race, Caleb, where he got up to the front group and had to let Dylan Amundsen by. Ironically, they're back up 2nd and 3rd again.
Yeah, they're 2nd and 3rd on the racetrack with Overbeck, Iannello, McKeithen. You go back to Ian Quinn, who's getting pushed by Ryan Crouch. AJ Roderick, the 56, currently sits at 9th. And Jordan Klein, how about the rookie up to 10th? And it looked like, was that a mistake out of Colin Warren there, Alex?
I don't know, but it's going to help. Dylan Amundsen back to P2. Wheeler's going to go back down the inside. This is what you have to do if you're the senior medium field. You've seen it all through the years of CKNA racing. You've seen it all weekend. When those two are bumper to bumper, it's tough to beat them, so you have to just keep splitting them up. Henry Wheeler doing the right strategy here. What it does as well is bring the next group in line. There's Quinn, there's Crouch. This group will continue to grow as they continue to battle.
AJ Roderick got shuffled down the order. Looks like he got passed. Jordan Klein went through for 9th. Roderick now down in 14th. So the 56 with some more work to do to get himself back inside of the top 10. If Ian Quinn can get himself up there with Henry Wheeler, I think a lot of what we've seen this week and a lot of what we saw yesterday as well, where those two worked quite well together just to try and split up Amundsen and Warren here in this race. But everybody kind of finding somebody. Iannello as well, she wasn't able to get herself into the mix yesterday in heat race number 2. Just lacked a little bit with the pace on a racetrack that's been changing oh so much throughout the weekend, Alex.
We're at that stage in the race now where drivers start to really figure out where they want to be. And it looks like Overbeck wants to be behind Henry Wheeler. Again, just putting another go-kart between Amundsen and Warren. So now we have Wheeler and Overbeck 2nd and 3rd. Further back, there goes Colin Warren, who's got to be careful because Addison Iannello is starting to close in on Amundsen. There's a thumbs up from Colin Warren and Henry Wheeler. So I wonder if Wheeler is just going to be content sitting in P2 now that he knows that Amundsen's back there in 4th as one driver off the racetrack. That's between turns 13 and 14.
Yeah, one driver off.
I think it's Gavin Dagenhart.
That's what it looks like. The number 3 out of this race early. James Overbeck set the fastest lap of the race the last time around, a 106.770 for the red, white, and blue PPK Coyote. Sitting there in the 3rd spot. Dylan Amundsen in 4th. Iannello 5th. McKeithen, Aquina Crouch, and Cameron Reed, Jordan Klein. They traded the 10th spot there, so Reed, the 609, in 10th. And here we go, pass for the lead. Henry Wheeler goes on the inside of Colin Warren. Here comes James Overbeck as well.
New leader there, Wheeler, Overbeck. And again, Amundsen has now found Colin Warren once again on the racetrack. I'd love to know where Owen Lloyd is on the racetrack. He rolled off 45th. Again, only started one of the 2 heat races yesterday. Owen Lloyd looks to be at a pretty good spot there. He's in the mid-20s right now, 6 laps in. New leader once again, Overbeck through. Warren's going to follow him. Does Amundsen want to follow him? No, so Wheeler back to 3rd. Amundsen's going to squeeze his way through into turn number 3. What a move there for Dylan Amundsen if he can hold it on, putting Wheeler in the dirt, making him bail out of it. Addison Iannello, by the way, has gotten around Ian Quinn up to P5 now.
Here we go, so a little bit of a mix. You asked about Lloyd, he's currently down in 28. There goes Quinn, looking to go back on Iannello. McKeithen gonna follow through. Here comes Crouch. And Eli Warren, Cameron Reed, Jordan Klein starting to inch their way just that little bit closer. Into 11 we go. Wheeler on the inside of Amundsen, stuck on the outside, able to keep it on the asphalt.
Amundsen now is going to get freight trains, unfortunately, there. He's going to fall back to P6. There goes McKeithen. There goes Ian Quinn. Ionella's going to fall back to 7th. Here comes Ryan Crouch. There goes the likes of Cameron Reed. Eli Fox, one driver around. The 777 there, it looks like, has spun completely around. That was in the mid to high teens. Jamie Stropko, the 4th. He was in 20th when that happened.
Here we go onto the straightaway. Eli Fox now applying pressure to Crouch. Looking to work his way through in turn number 1. That Bradford Racing machine goes up a spot, and we have a change up front. James Overbeck off the racetrack on the exit of 2. Colin Warren, your new leader.
It's completely kicked off here. McKeithen through into 3rd. Amundsen back to 4th. They're side by side. Quinn, Amundsen. I think again Amundsen stuck out to dry. Ionello through now into P5. There's Fox. There's Crouch. Cameron Reed's in the mix as well. And further back, there's more involved. Jordan Klein, Bryce Frank is in the mix. Eli Warren, the fastest driver on the racetrack. His charge through up to 13th continues.
Yeah, Overbeck was in the lead at the start of the race. Colin Warren went for the pass in turn number 2 while we were following Eli Fox making a move as well. And I think Overbeck might have gotten a little help as Colin Warren was working his way through. Here we go. Crouch looking on the inside. Deep send on Eli Fox. He's looking to go by. Cameron Reed gets tangled up with them. Everybody having a check up. But James Overbeck, Jordan Klein looking for a lane.
Well, it's going to help. You got a teammate behind you. So Overbeck versus Klein. Reed and Warren trying to go 2 by 2. Further back, Ian Quinn to P2 there, getting around McKeithen.
Ian Quinn goes up to the 3rd spot. Here we go, side by side. Further back, going through there on Christopher McKeithen. We have the move. And further back, James Overbeck as well got one done.
This is the battle for 3rd now. Quinn, can he bring up that next group? McKeithen, Ionello, Amundsen working pretty well together here. But Wheeler and Warren, no matter how much they have fought throughout the race, these two have worked probably the best together out of all the duos besides when it's Amundsen and Warren. Here goes McKeithen. We know he loves to make things pretty interesting here. To 3rd, teammate to 4th, Amundsen to 5th. Quinn's not going to fight it too hard there. And behind these 4, Eli Fox now is joining the party as well on that MGM machine.
Yeah, here we go. Alex, we're starting to see a little bit of separation in between your top 2 and the drivers from 3rd on back. Look at Eli Fox again on the main straightaway on the inside of Ian Quinn. These 2 drivers who share the national circuit on the shifter side of things going at it here in Cincinnati. And Fox going to get through on Ian Quinn.
Up front, it's dangerous when Colin Warren leads and you have a cooperative partner behind you, because the more you fight for 3rd, the more you risk those 2 breaking away. They both know what it takes to win a major 206 event. So does McKeithen, but the problem is they're starting to really, lose ground at the top 2. The good thing for McKeithen is, well, he's got Ionello behind him. The 1 behind the 48.
Wow.
Colin Warren to go behind James Overbeck. Overbeck sits in 9th at the moment, so that confirms Overbeck off the racetrack in turn 2 and 3, 2 laps to go, and it was because of the VLR Racing TS machine.
And Colin Warren's about to see it here when we get to the front straightaway. He doesn't know it yet, and I was about to say Warren and Wheeler worked very well together last year at the Grand National Championships. In the 8 editions, they even shaked hands across the line. And now Colin Warren's going to be taken out of the equation. He's going to see it now, going to let everybody by. Colin Warren, this race is slipping away from him. Christopher McKeithen going to have to work through with Addison Ionello and Dylan Amundsen.
Well, the worst part is Warren doesn't know how far Overbeck's fallen down. He's looking back. He can't even see James. He can't believe his luck at this point. Warren now down to 5th, but he's got to keep going backwards now. He's going to look back. Eli Fox is going to have to go through. Ian Quinn's going to have to go through, and then it's James Overbeck. Colin Warren's going to lose 2.8 seconds to the lead. The one positive is, well, McKeithen's in 2nd. You know he's going to make it fun for us. So he's going to make a race out of this one, and at least you can have a chance. But the problem is it's so late in the race. To make up that much time will be tough.
Yeah, there you go. Letting more drivers by. Here goes McKeithen on the inside of Henry Wheeler, looking for a change for the 1 spot. Addison Ionello looking to follow through. Help from Dylan Amundsen. Goes up to 3rd. And now Colin Warren sits in front of James Overbeck on the racetrack. He has to give up 1 more spot, and then it's all good. all said and done, there you have it again. The one behind the 48. And this is actually not the worst case scenario. These two drivers still have a shot to work their way up there at the front. So now, right, you have the incident, right? The change for the lead. Colin, I think, gave a little bit of help to James, sent him off the racetrack, and now a change on the slate. They have to work together. They have to get themselves up front. For Iannello, looks like she dropped the spot. She was in second, got passed by Amundsen and Henry Wheeler. She's now down and in front of Eli Fox.
McKeithen looked back, looking to see where his teammate went. She's back and forth. Amundsen's done a great job to, no matter how much carnage has ensued in this one, remain in the top 3. Wheeler's done a good job as well in doing so. At what point, if you're Amundsen, do you go around McKeithen, or do you let him lead for a while? You know, McKeithen, throughout the heat race yesterday, whenever he got to the lead, he loves to defend, loves to make this maybe a closer race than it should be. But right now, he's opening up for the corners. He's content to not defend. And Amundsen and Wheeler are cooperating nicely. Further back, Iannello leads that next group. And you mentioned it, right? Warren and Overbeck, they sit there 7th and 8th, but it's not the end of the world. There's still 4.5 laps to go. 4 laps to go this time by when they cross the stripe. Plenty of racing action to go. Here goes Colin Warren further back. Here goes Eli Fox trying to poke a nose in a 1. They're going to go side by side. Further back, side by side. Warren and Overbeck in a 2.
Colin Warren now looking to pass James Overbeck. On the inside, he's clearing a turn 2. There's Eli Warren just right behind him. But this is that stage of the race where you need to have nerves of steel. You can't afford to get nervous on the biggest stage here this weekend. Overbeck going to go right by on Colin Warren, and you see those two still not happy with each other.
Yeah, I can't help but think that was a bit of a retaliation there from Overbeck. Nothing wrong with it, but I think moves like that this late in the race, Caleb, it really hurts your chances. You can't afford to let emotions get in the way of a good finish.
Yeah, here we go. We'll keep an eye on these two. They're just ahead of Warren. Cameron Reed is in that mix as well. Looks like Bryce Frank and Ryan Crouch. So they're going to push each other forward and have a look at the bigger picture, trying to get themselves into the podium places. The top 3 still single file, and nobody in this line are going to make moves. This time by 3 laps to go here in Cincinnati, Ohio. Christopher McKeithen looking to get another one on the day.
Well, Amundsen's doing a really good job right now to push McKeithen. Wheeler's got to be careful. You can't afford to lose too much time to the top 2. A pretty solid exit out of turns 2 and 3 will put him back to the rear bumper of Amundsen. Eli Fox nodding his head. He's loving the push that Quinn and Iannello is giving him right now. That trio is actually quicker than your lead group at the moment. 3 laps to go for Eli Fox to close the gap. And it's not really if, it's when, because you know the top 3 is going to battle. We got 3 different teams, PPK Coyote, MGM, and then Stealth Motorsports and Henry Wheeler, top 3.
Here we go, McKeithen holding on. Dylan Amundsen, McKeithen with a mistake, drops a tire on the exit of turn 11. Dylan Amundsen goes through, and you look back to 2024, that's the reigning Summer Nationals champion. He got it done, a return to home with MGM. He's in the lead of it now. Coming to the last lap, Henry Wheeler, who finished second at the Grand Nationals last year, now in second here in Cincinnati.
That fighting, though, has brought in this guy right here. Eli Fox has no help behind him to make the move stick. He'll play it smart. He'll slot back in line behind McKeithen, but you know what the 418's thinking right now. He wants to be at least 3rd going into the white flag lap. He'd love to be 2nd behind his teammate Amundsen. What's Wheeler going to do? You have a decent gap to McKeithen. You don't have to go for the move here, and they're going to open up for the corner. So too's McKeithen. Fox through to 3rd.
Eli Fox goes on by. Again, just a lap and a half to go left in this race. Amundsen still leads, looking to go back-to-back. Eli Fox going to stack him up, and here comes James Overbeck and Colin Warren starting to come back into frame here. It's the Mark Steel machine that sits in second. Look at this huge pileup further back. Looks like it's Josie Chambers kind of stuck in there.
Kate
Yeager and more. I'm not sure if that was Cole Nelson or who, but here comes McKeithen. Bottom of the racetrack, some help from Ian Quinn. They're still fighting for 3rd. That's going to release 1st and 2nd here, Alex.
Heading to the white flag lap. While this battling is great to watch, it's not great if you want a chance at a win. Fox down to 7th, side by side further back with Colin Warren, but these two are going to see the white flag first. Ian Quinn frantically pointing his hand forward. McKeithen saying, yeah, let's go forward, but the problem is he kind of created this mess here for 3rd. They're a 2nd back from the lead group here. They're going to need some great battling for the top 2 to have a chance in this one.
The national circuit here at CKNA started in Charlotte. It now comes to Cincinnati, and it all ends in Indianapolis. Ian Quinn looked for a move in 3rd. Couldn't get that done. He saw the yellow flags waving in the corner, and had a slot right back in the line. Iannello now looking for a move. McKeithen wants to go a win in light, wants to go a win in medium here, but he has a lot of ground to make up to Henry Wheeler and Dylan Amundsen, who's looking to go back-to-back. Wheeler looking for his first win in a very long time. You look at the Stars Championship Series here. He lost the championship on the very last lap here at MCC. Now he's looking to win in CKNA racing action. He's going high, he's going low, looking to set up the over-under on Dylan Amundsen. This time to the straightaway. Is Henry Wheeler going to have help on the main straightaway? It's going to be a drag race all the way to the line. Amundsen looking to pick a lane. Henry Wheeler peeks the nose down low, side by side. It's Dylan Amundsen, back-to-back in the Summer Nationals. He wins in Cincinnati.
What a homecoming race for Amundsen. Won it last year. Won it this year on the MGM. This time around, a different team for him. Back to his roots on the MGM machine. Wheeler, McKeithen, Quinn, Iannello. Provisionally, your top 5 podium places. Overbeck and Warren claw their way back to 6th and 7th. Eli, Fox, Cameron Reed, Eli, Warren, your top 10 drivers. Back to Ryan Crouch, Bryce Frank, Jordan Klein, AJ Roderick, and Adriano Iannuzzi, who rolled off in 34th, up to 15th for him.
How about Dylan Amundsen going back-to-back? The only winner in Summer Nationals history, only 2 events given, but Dylan Amundsen in the senior medium class. So far, so good on his return to MGM. Henry Wheeler, second here at MCC again. Christopher McKeithen to Ian Quinn. And how about Addison Iannello to get herself on the podium, finishing inside of the top 5. James Overbeck finished 6th to Warren, to Fox, to Reed, like you said, Alex, and Eli Warren. But what a race. What a weekend as well here in MCC. I think we saw some great racing action. Myself and yourself, race here at CKNA before. But, I mean, to be here this weekend at the Motorsports Country Club, a track that we've seen, throughout different national weekends on July 4th weekend, how this has been, a great weekend up to this point.
Yeah, I want to give a quick shout out to the driver that finished 18th there, the 119 of Owen Lloyd. I mean, didn't start the first heat race yesterday. Started the second one from last, finished in the top 7, and he started this race 45th, made up 27 positions to go up and round out your top 18 positions there. But there's Colin Warren. There's Eli Fox chatting it up a little bit as well. Warren talking with Addison Iannello. And again, I'm sure there's a lot of drivers that want to speak to each other at the end of this one.
I tell you what, a lot of debriefing as well, right? Just kind of breaking it all down. And a huge shout out to the CKNA crew as well. I forgot they did this, but they all give out waters to the drivers at the end of the race. So, I mean, it's cool to see that, everybody's getting hydrated. It's been a hot weekend. We've had temperatures upwards. Right now it's 89 degrees out there. And we talked about it, right? Yourself from Florida, myself from Texas, both of us down from the south. You kind of think, right? The Midwest doesn't have a summer. It doesn't exist up here, but it's been hot. Me and you felt it on Friday, and we've been in the AC so far this weekend. But there's a lot of people who aren't. The crew over at CKNA, our camera guys and girl, who are out here, and the drivers more than anything that have been out here just going through it all here this weekend. So, again, great to see it come to Cincinnati, Alex. I've enjoyed it up to this point.
Yeah, I mean, this racetrack has definitely put on quite a show for the 206 side of things. I mean, it's not the first time we've seen 206 around this racetrack, but the first time we've seen the Summer Nationals come here to Batavia, Ohio, and I'd love to see it come back to this racetrack. It's put on such great action, and again, it's always cool when you get to combine the classes, because oftentimes in the heat races you only get half the story, but in all classes we got to see the full grid, see the green every single time around. And when 48 go-karts hit the racetrack at one time here at MCC, it puts on a show like we saw today. Amundsen back-to-back at senior medium. You can't fail to talk about, though, Caleb, you got to feel a little bit for Colin Warren, right? I didn't get to see exactly what happened. I know that he got into it with Overbeck. I don't know how egregious it was, but for a driver to have to give up the lead like that with 5 to go, it's got to be gut-wrenching. No, for sure. I mean, you're in the lead, you're in control of it, pushing with Henry Wheeler, and then the board comes out on the front straightaway. You kind of saw it, right? Just a deflating feeling where you're in a possible position to go out there and win, one of the big 3 here at CKNA, and you're sent down the order just on the edge of the top 10. He had to go back to 8th, it looked like. So, I mean, unfortunate, right? But to me, just kind of doing whatever the
whatever they, whatever the officials thought. But nonetheless, it's been a pleasure to bring you guys all the live action here at the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati, a beautiful place that was the home for 200 plus drivers from all across the country, and I should say from all across North America, to come here, to meet here, and to race here at MCC. It's been a great weekend where we've seen drivers from all different places, all different backgrounds take wins, victories, podiums, a lot of firsts for a lot of people here this weekend, and we've seen it all. Heartbreak for some, where tires have failed, parts have failed, maybe some mechanical issues. So nonetheless, Alex, I think we've seen a whole lot of everything here this weekend.
Yeah, again, some drivers definitely having issues here. Randall Parter, one of the drivers that, again, rolled off pretty good in his heavy machine, couldn't make it work. The tire couldn't make it work either. The kid karts rolled out. They put on one great show for us, Caleb. Maverick Reddick, I know it means a lot to you as well, hometown kid, getting it done for his first national win in the kid kart class as well.
Yeah, huge for some of them. And again, the race starts here. Christopher McKeithen, Owen Lloyd. This was a light main event where Christopher McKeithen was able to come out on top, held everybody back. People fighting for lanes. Tempers flared, must be said. James Overbeck unfortunately got caught up in a wreck there with a couple of drivers. And again, they were able to work their way through. And like we said earlier, right, just some people not too happy with each other. And, things boil over at times, but it's never the answer. And again, once we restarted that flag, it was restarted after the red flag. We got going again here, and we were just before that halfway point. If we would have gone one lap longer before that red flag, we wouldn't have gotten the restart, but Christopher McKeithen was able to get it done. And again, heartbreak for a couple of others across multiple classes. And how about a couple of firsts? Laney Thigpen with a national race victory here in Cincinnati.
And then the senior mediums hit the racetrack with Warren and Amundsen leading them to the green flag. And this is where it all kicked off, really from the get-go here. We were 2 by 2 all the way down to turn number 4 on the opening lap. We saw a couple of drivers go a little bit further back. But nonetheless, it was one driver who took it all. It was Dylan Amundsen, back-to-back Summer Nats champion.
It's been a pleasure to bring you guys all the live coverage, live from the Motorsports Country Club. We're back in CKNA racing action until October for the Grand Nationals. For myself, Caleb Vieska, from Alexander Searle, we thank you for watching. We'll see you next time.